All right, folks. Welcome back. Day 5, 2026 FIDE candidates. Here we go. They just started playing in Cyprus after the rest day, and games are already underway. How's everyone doing? Welcome. Where's everyone watching from today? Not geographic location, but categorical from your house, your job, your
No
subway.
job, dude. They don't, I guess it's possible you could have a job on Easter
Oh, we got people watching on the job. Are you kidding me? Whole
weekend.
office.
All right, Kosi, we got to go to the Sindaroff thing. I got stories to tell. Holy moly. Oh, it's very dangerous. What Sindaroff is doing, very dangerous.
Um, sure. Just a sec. Oh yeah, this line, of course. Yeah. Well, just 1 second. But let's maybe talk a little bit about the tournament situation. Yeah, for anyone that's not up to date. Sindarov took the lead in the last round before the rest day by defeating Caruana with the white pieces. Very nice game, but I thought by all measures, and took the clear lead, full point ahead, ahead of the rest of the field. One important stat here that people keep bringing up is that generally the leader after 4 rounds wins the candidates in these events. That's been the case for most of the past ones, with the exception of Gukesh. He was leading in round 3 and round 5, but technically not in round 4 when he won his candidates. So, yeah, huge break for Sindarov there. And today he's black against Naka, who missed a chance against Wei in the previous game. Could have won that game and gotten himself back to even. So I think that was a big bummer for him. And maybe we could talk about that in game because I feel like, he could have won it. But I think Naka's trying to win today, not just from his opening choice, but just from the last interview he was giving. After that last game, if you could just hear it in his voice. He's like, he has to beat Sindarov now.
Oh my God, Sindaroff took on G2.
So
Oh shit.
he's going all in for it. He's going all in today.
Okay, I've just been studying this, so I got things to say, Kosi. Put that board up, bud.
All
Put
right,
that
all right.
board up.
Now let's go to our game of the day. And wait, my
Oh, this is truly
video's not ready
fascinating.
here. 1 sec. Here we go.
Oh. Okay, you guys, hold on a little bit. Let me do a little bit of explaining. All right. Maybe take it back to 7, move 7. Queen takes e4 and then bishop e2.
Um, Wait 1 sec. Hold on. Let's go from the beginning. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Is Queen's Gambit declined? Knight c3, c6, triangle system, which is a bit funky. Sometimes goes into semi-Slav. It allows Black to play a Stonewall setup, so it's kind of flexible. But one of the drawbacks is that if White wants to, they can play the Marshall Gambit, right? Marshall uh, is in charge of this one, which is a gambit because after takes, knight takes e4, bishop b4 check. You could play knight c3 in this position. I remember Magnus defeated Vichy in the World Championship with this line, maybe
Good
the
memory.
first
That's
one.
right. Yeah. Hmm.
But the big main line is always in bishop d2, sacking the d pawn. Okay, white gets the dark squared bishop, and black takes on e4.
Right. Okay, you guys, check it out. This opening is fascinating because it goes to pre-computer times. This was deeply analyzed by people before the computer. And one of the most, man, I don't know if it's the most amazing prep story ever, but so there's an American GM who used to be Ukrainian, maybe he's still technically Ukrainian, depending on who you ask, and that is Igor Novikov. He has played this since the 80s
Yeah, that guy's
and
Ukrainian.
still does. So I recently played him, and I knew that he always plays the same thing. He never will change. So we got this position, um, and I knew what he was going to do based on a game he played in 1988. 1988, buddy. So we got the same thing. Now, so let's get into it.
Wow.
Bishop E2, Knight A6, Bishop D6. Now, in this position, the main moves really are like E5. So Novikov played E5, knight F3, bishop G4, castles long, and the computer says white is better. It's not over yet, though. Okay. Now, since the kind of the beginning of time, it's been thought that queen takes G2 was absolutely insane. However,
Can I just mention instead of
yeah,
bishop d6,
yeah.
I remember there was also this funny move bishop f8 that was possible.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So bishop, and that's the other hard thing for the prep for black. There's bishop b6, bishop a3, of course, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember. This is a funny line. Like I basically I check this one every couple of years to see if the engine has offered any new insights. Because I remember checking this like 12 years ago as I was trying to
Hmm.
play it for white, and it looked very interesting. And that's when Ripka was out, Houdini was out, so it was like and it was giving these positions as like compensation for white. So it was all exciting. It's like ooh, it's like down a pawn, but like engine thinks it's like equal or even like slightly better for white. My old coach Var Okobian really liked the system. He had some nice wins here. I think he beat maybe Schulman one year
Uh-huh.
in this line, and yeah, he really liked the long term compensation for white. But yeah, so it fascinating that the two players are going for it. Heavy prep battle here because Sindarov, he showed really good prep in the game against Fabi, and now he's blitzing this out.
So I want to say that when I was doing that prep for Igor,
Mm-hmm.
I noted that the computer thought that queen takes G2 was, let's call it unclear.
Mm-hmm.
To my eyes, it's like amazing compensation. But think about it this way. You, if you really could dial it in, and I don't know how much you can, because white will have several different options. If you can really dial it in, then you have an amazing advantage, right? In terms of your prep.
For either side.
I kind of feel that like when you get this as white, you could of course you could do some stuff. I think it's so chaotic that it's going to be hard to prep, and whoever is the last one out of prep is really going to have a problem here.
Oh
It
yeah.
seems like Naka knows it so far. Let me say something about this queen takes G2. One of the things about the poison pawn variation in the Sicilian, so where you play queen takes B2, is it's technically insane, but part of the point is that the structure of white is damaged. And so part of the long-term claim by black is that structural weakness is significant beyond just stealing the pawn.
Yeah.
So I want to mention that. Of course, like here it's a little different uh in the Sicilian, the B file sometimes becomes a thing, though here we can really imagine the G file becoming something, uh, as well as H4, H5.
Maybe we can do a theory check on this one because Naka has just started to
Yeah,
blink a
for sure.
bit and be curious if because I think we're still in theory. That I
Oh
mean,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
if I recall, I always thought Queen G6 was maybe the move, but Queen G5, Knight E2 is probably a thing as well.
Well, let me just say, I think this is for one of the things I really wanted to stress with Igor is Igor would never consider taking that pawn. No way, bro.
Mm.
No way. That's just not something you do. It's
Mm-hmm.
considered insane. And so the only time you're going to do it is if the computer told you it was a good thing to do. I think that's the only time you're doing that, my friend.
100%.
Okay. So it has been kind of trending recently. And one of the amazing things that I know about it is the computer eval is like roughly equal, but white is scoring better. It doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. Yeah. So Queen G2, Bishop F3. Oh, wait a second, too. Uh, Actually, this is very important. So on Queen G2, Bishop F3 is not the main move, and I knew this. So Queen D2 is the main move
On queen takes
because
g2?
on Queen G2, right?
Queen d2, really?
Yeah, that's the old thing. And you can't take H1 because of castles, and you will get mated.
Wow.
And notice when you castle, not only are you threatening to move the bishop, but you're also threatening to play bishop F3.
Bishop f3, and yeah, like bishop. What would be the other threat for white here?
Just bishop F4. Just
Bishop
bishop
f4.
anywhere, honestly. Bishop anywhere in its mate.
Wow. I mean some f6, but yeah, I mean looks extremely dangerous. So bishop f3 is a bit like modern wrinkle.
Well, yeah. So I don't know whether we want to call it a modern wrinkle. Okay, one of the things, Kostya, too, that's interesting is now in the dojo, um, with our master's database, we also have this Cloud DB thing, which I don't know, I don't feel great looking at. But it's a new thing and I'm curious about it. It basically is like our access to what used to be privileged things that you would have to pay for, epic computer time. We now have access to those evaluations. So so basically I'm gonna stop looking at it, but according to these epic evaluations, Bishop F3 is 0.01 better than Queen D2, which is exactly zeros. Somehow Bishop F3 is like 0.01.
Nice.
I'm gonna stop looking at that though.
So Naka did his homework. The
Yeah,
other the other thing I'd be curious about is like if Sindarov has played into this line, because Naka is really, this is not a line you can just kind of blitz out uh, confidently.
no.
Clearly he prepped this either for Sindarov or perhaps for someone else, but he had this line ready.
Well, okay, so now I'm not gonna look at that Cloud DB thing anymore. On move 12 for Naka, Knight G3, we can call it the main move, but we're really talking only about 10 games. That's it. 10 games with Knight G3.
10 games.
Okay. And then we have one game with Castle Short.
So yeah, and now I can see Naka's thinking. So this very decent chance, if it's only one game, that either at least this wasn't the main line of the prep, or maybe he doesn't remember, or maybe he vaguely remembers, but now it's starting to be a question. How much does Naka know? How much does Sindarov know?
Well, and I want to stress this is an example of what I was saying, how hard this is to prep, because after Knight G3, human moves that have been played are E5 with 4 games. That's what I would do. Queen A5 check, Knight F5, and Bishop D7, in addition to this one game with castles.
And was that a high level game or?
22 versus a 23. So not necessarily a high level game. Oh
But did
boy,
they
how
play over
okay.
email or? No, just kidding.
I can
Curious.
look at the game.
Sometimes it's like one game you click on and it's like email and you're like, oh, okay, well,
Yeah, it's two FMs and
open.
is it under 16? Looks like under 16, some kind of under 16 tournament in 2024.
Wow.
Okay. Whew. Man, this is hot. All right. Oh, and Kostya, could you post that thing with we can see the players without that Eval bar? Yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna check knockout.
Yes. Speaking of, we have two updates today. So first off, shout out to Lalo Morningstar who made this YouTube viewer, folks, and he improved it. So now you can basically you don't even have to find he made it like he he really made it foolproof. I mean, it's really foolproof. It works great. You can load any game you want, and it shows you the video of the players without the eval imposed on the screen. So go ahead and enjoy that, folks. I just put that in the chat, and we have an update on the eval bar. I think we got it to work. He was helping me out with that. So I'm hoping, but in order for it to work, Jesse, you really have to believe that so I need you to believe that it's going to work, and then I think it will. But I think that's important.
Okay.
So, um, okay, I'll send you the link and see if you can open that.
Okay. Here's one. Oh, this is great.
And
What?
hopefully you see me. You see me at point one.
Yeah, let's go over here. Hold on. Here we go. Hopefully, I gotta believe. Okay, so this is the thing where I'm gonna disagree with, I'm pretty sure what the computer says. So the computer is gonna say it's zeros. Pretty sure about that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm actually gonna say it's point 0.3 because that is my human eval of this position.
And we
I
saw the update. Let's go. Beautiful. Wow, it's working. Okay.
What is this?
Human eval bar is in business.
What is the two little black lines kind of at
Oh,
the middle there?
let me move my thing out of the way. So that's just to represent the middle of the eval bar. It's supposed to be a belt. Actually, it doesn't look good when it's dark eval, but if it's white eval, it's just to show the equal the zero of the
Oh,
bar.
you can do better than that. Come on. That doesn't look like equal. That looks like two chickens were running across your screen, man.
Huh? Interesting.
But okay.
It was supposed to be a little
So
belt, but yeah.
so you're also at point 0.3?
No, I had it at point one actually.
Uh-oh. Yeah, so on my screen I see it at point 0.1, but then when I look at the chest, there it is. Okay, cool. Beautiful. Okay. Now, also, I want to say that as long as Sindarov isn't able to like truly have calculated, I know, because I think White has so many different moves. He already had so many different moves. Like I'm sure you can prep it out kind of far, but when the tree, there's different kinds of trees, and this is one of those trees where there's so many twigs going out on every move. If there's 4 or 5 branches, you're not going to be able to figure it all out. I do think you could maybe get some general ideas, but you're not going to be able to figure it out. So what am I driving at? I really believe in Naka's ability to play that kind of position. And even if we get some situation where Naka is technically worse, like let's say he plays a move that's slightly inaccurate and he gets a slightly worse position, I still believe in Naka's chances in this kind of position because it's just, this is a very Naka friendly position.
True. True. Yeah, he loves this kind of stuff. But I mean, we gotta ask the question, right? Like, how good is Sindarov? Because he's world number 6 now after that last game. I didn't know he was in contention even to be world number 6. I mean,
Uh,
that's crazy.
let's go look at 2,700 chess. So, poor Fabi too. He would have taken Naka over, right? And Sindarov's gained 14, so he's just behind Vincent now. Oh yeah, this is crazy stuff. And Wei Yi has fallen outside the top 10. Prague fallen just a touch. Um, oh yeah, amazing, amazing.
Yeah, lots of
Um,
people have fallen off. I wonder if like the rating deflation, is kind of like an ongoing issue with that. Bit of a side topic, but that for me, that's kind of the explanation of a lot of these guys kind of falling off a bit. Is that They're just having to deal with very underrated up and comers.
So how about this, Kostya? Let's imagine that Naka is out of his normal situation. That's possible. Um, and one of the things I mean by twigs, so you look at this with the computer, and the computer, I think, is going to recognize that white has several different moves um, on each move, right? So if I'm just humanly looking at it, moves that look interesting are knight e4, h4, queen e2, uh, rook g1, at some point maybe even c5. All of these things seem very plausible to me. And so I don't know how much you could really prep it out. That's what I'm trying to say.
From
Um,
black side. So at some point, yeah, Naka's going to choose a move, and we kind of like way he's prep against Fabi. You know, he has a sharp position. He knows he's fine, but yeah, it'll be impossible to check everything. Um, I mean, on the other hand, Naka's risking a lot because he's down 2 pawns, and if he makes one bad decision, he's just going to be much worse. And so, huge game here.
let's try to explain, if we can, the compensation, and I'll try to explain it to myself rather, and talk about why we believe in white. So, or I believe in white. The knight on a6 owes us time and is poor. The knight on e7 is in some ways black's defensive star. At some moment, it could play knight g6 and kind of maybe play on the dark squares over on the king side. Uh, if, for example, knight g6, bishop f8, I would take black in a heartbeat there if I could get that beautiful unopposed dark square bishop on d6 off. The bishop on d6 is by far our best piece. It's amazing. No one's gonna mess with that guy. Um, and one of the things that white has to be careful of is somehow losing that bishop. So, for example, if I'm calculating queen e2, one concern is like, well, what if he plays rook d8 and let's say rook d1? Let's say he just snaps it off the board. Rook takes d6. Oh, maybe I'm not happy about that, Bobs. I might not really like the looks of that because I just lost my pride and joy and I'm down 2 pawns. So that's an example of the kind of worry that I can have about black untangling.
I don't know how much I agree with this one. I mean, the rook is pretty strong, no? Like,
I hear you, but here I feel like black's going to survive. Maybe knight g6. It
mm-hmm.
is. It's true, Ghost. It is true. It's not over yet.
'Cause it's like
Not over yet.
still hard to develop, and
Still hard to develop. Another thing we should say that's also a counter sack is at some point black really wants e5, of course, and if we need to lose that pawn, we're happy to lose that thing,
right.
just for the sake of bringing our bros out.
Yeah, no, these positions are very double edged, and it's like it's not just risky for black, but it's also I think quite risky for white. Because if you misplay the attack, one false move, and yeah, you're just down material. So definitely a situation where Naka is the one that needs to be very kind of precise and concrete and dynamic. And yeah, so a tank here I think is quite possible, just because he's likely out of book. And this is exactly like it's not an opening where you've played the structure a million times, you know exactly what to do. It's you have to think and figure the position out. And so yeah, people were asking about like h4 because that has the potential to win the knight on e7, but h4 queen a5 check looks forced, right? Just want to confirm there's no other option because I imagine he's looking at that, but then
Hmm.
um,
Yeah, all these moves, and Naka's a very good. I think even if he's out of form, he'll be able to calculate this pretty good. Now he might get tired later from all the calculating because it's going to get I mean, it's not mind numbing for sure.
mhm. Yeah, no,
Kalen,
not
for you, is
this.
talking about knight e4, queen a5, b4 for sure.
Hmm.
Knight takes b4, and then what, Kalen? I don't know.
There we have it. Before and then what?
Because there's no queen d2 because of knight d3.
Maybe
Or
the idea was to castle, and then you're threatening queen d2.
let's just say the bummer about castling is, don't I want, maybe I want my rook on g1. Why am I putting, what am I going to do over there?
Okay, fair enough. Maybe king f1 then.
King f1. In fact, instead of b4, that would be my main question. So don't play b4 yet. Just play king f1 before b4.
Okay, well let's just say b4 is interesting because then it hangs this other knight to queen d2. So it's like white has a double attack there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's still rook d8, of course. Lots going on, but like,
Rook d8, knight f5, all kinds of stuff.
yeah, I definitely see the. I like b4 because it hits the queen with tempo, and it feels like we're doing what we need to do. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, of course, queen a5, king f1. It's also a thought, and then knight on e7 is still hanging, and maybe there's some knight f6 checks looming. I'm not sure because black always has this g6 square for their knight to kind of cover up. So
Um,
sharp.
One update we should just look at real quick, Coach, that is Fabi has lost the battle of the opening in all four of the first rounds. But today he's won the battle of the opening against Bluebound. I don't know if I like his position, but he's won the battle of the opening in terms of doing something his opponent didn't know about.
Yeah.
Okay, so Fabi knew for sure that this Petrov was coming.
Mm-hmm.
And he plays, to my mind, what looks kind of terrible. He plays knight e5 and then knight c4. I'm certain the computer says this is only equal. After knight c3, Bluebound tanks.
Mm.
Now, what's fun about this position, though, that I can kind of understand is there's the regular knight c3 variation in the Petrov, which has been studied, to kingdom come.
Yeah.
And so this is, I think the point is we're going to get a similar attacking structure to that, but dude's not going to know anything about it. It's going to be a little quirky, you
Basically,
know?
yeah, same structure except white's knight is on c4 instead of f3, so the concrete details are a little different if he doesn't know how he's handling this
Exactamundo.
one.
And it doesn't look right either because the knight on e3 blocks the bishop on d2. And then Fabi very quickly is going to play this f4 move like a madman. Like a madman, f4.
Hmm.
Queen f3, knight d7. And we're assuming he's going to castle long. But here's his first think here.
Right.
So this game's going to get hot. This
Yeah,
game's
very
definitely
hot.
going to get hot.
I mean, it's a huge game for Fabi. He's white against blue bomb, and he could expect the Petrov, which he himself plays, and he had the whole rest day to prep, and he's like super pissed off from the game against Sindarov, right? Because generally, like most of these guys, I think he gets mad when he loses. So he's had a full day to cook something up. I mean, this is quite spicy. I feel like against the Petrov, like you'd be happy to get a fresh position like this. Optically, though, it does feel like black should be all right, but it's very double edged.
Right. So let me just express in human terms why this looks like a fish is playing this is white. Okay. Obviously, the computer probably disagrees. Sometimes Fabi does play wild stuff that the computer doesn't
Mm-hmm.
like, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This doesn't look good because knight c5, e4 is coming at me. Because the knight on e3 has no conceivable future. Because the bishop on d2 looks like a chump. Because the bishop on f1 doesn't know where to go, right? So all of these things make it seem like the white position is incredibly clumsy. So there's ideas here that if I was black and I knew Fabi had prepped this with if I'm playing some random person, I'm really happy. But if I know Fabi's prepped this, it's kind of like, oh my God, I have to sink into this position and try to understand what the weirdness is. Because it doesn't look good for white, honestly. It really looks like a fish is playing position.
Yeah, it is funky. Yeah. Um, like how to explain why we think this is funky. Well, one point is like the knight on e3, bishop on d2. This is an odd construction. Um, so I'll tell a quick story. Like I was playing like some of the freestyle Fridays last year, like the chess 960, and there was one game where I just got completely smashed out of the opening. And then someone in chat was like, "Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have blocked your bishop with the knight." And I looked at the game and I realized I had done this. Like I put the knight in front of the bishop, and that was the cause of all my problems. It was like, and in normal chess, this generally doesn't happen because the knights are developed to f3 and c3. It's like normally they're not in the way, whereas some 960 positions, yeah, you develop the knight one square, and all of a sudden it's misplaced. And I feel like that's kind of a thing. It's not like such a well-known concept because it doesn't happen that often, but um, yeah, it is an odd construction here. It's like this pawn on f4 is not doing bishop on d2 any favors, and in the meantime, black looks like they have a very solid like Caro French type thing with the bishop on c8 that's open. You can imagine like knight c5 and bishop comes out, maybe even f5, knight f6. Especially f5, feels like a huge potential for black. So for me, what Fabi might be thinking about is whether he can afford to just continue developing, or if he needs to do something about black playing f5 on the next move. Because optically, it looks like if black gets f5, knight f6 in, then he just has a better position. I don't know how to
Well,
say.
you don't even need f5 necessarily. You just play knight c5 or knight f6, and then what's happening?
Yeah. So yeah, Fabi's got to show his cards here, but he's very creative with the prep. The question is, does he quite understand like what the plans are?
Um, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna look in the database real quick. I definitely think. Well, they're both. Yeah, both of these. I feel like the knockout game has to be the game of the day, just because tournament standings and the nature of that game.
Mm-hmm.
But this game is like it's like a puzzle to me. It's like, well, wait a second, this looks awful. This looks bloody awful. Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna
no,
bring
very
this in.
curious.
I'm gonna see about so knight c4. Wait, just to put this in perspective, played 3% of the time. I knew that it existed, but we're talking about weak players playing this.
Mm-hmm.
So, a couple people have done this knight c3 thing. And then one of the things actually to think about in terms of prep is in that position after knight c3, dc3, black has played all kinds of things. So we were talking about how the Naka game has all these different tendrils to the tree. Same thing here, where you could prep it out, Fabi, but not that easy. So D5, 93, 14 games. C6, 7 games. Bishop D2 novelty. Bishop D2 novelty.
Novelty.
Huh. Certainly looks weird. So he got him on his own. Huh. F4. Wow, so strange. Hmm. David Bruce. Um, so castles, I don't know. Castles long has to be the move. I don't know exactly what's going to go down there, but huh. One of the other things about this Cloud DB that's really, I still need the computer people to explain it to me, but basically it's showing me evaluations of positions that other people have put into it. And so it's a lot. And then I can see though when no one's looked at it. I can see when no one's looked at it.
Mhm.
And no one's looked at the castle's long move. So that's where we are with that. Amazing. Yeah.
So Fabi tanking now. Let's
We're
see
gonna
his
get,
cam.
I'm gonna go ahead and say we're gonna get time pressure in both of these games for sure. For sure, we're gonna get time pressure.
Oh yeah.
I like that you brought up chess 960 because this position is so weird. It looks like one of those nasty chess 960 games.
Yeah, I mean that's where yeah, I kind of recognize this from. Also, I guess Grenke just started yesterday, so that's kind of happening now. They're doing the freestyle classical there again, along with the regular tournaments. But yeah, Magnus and everyone playing there. It's actually crazy. This Netflix thing is coming out on the 7th,
Oh yeah.
Magnus and Hans, and they're both in Grenke. They're going to be in Grenke in person. I think the 7th is, well, maybe it's the day after the last day, actually. Maybe that's, so I don't know if they're going to be playing the last round or what, but I was thinking they should like host a watch party together.
Okay, Kosti, let
So
me give
cool.
a narrative to this position. Maybe I kind of get it. All right,
Hmm.
so we're gonna castle long, and we're gonna say, okay, Black, we know you're gonna castle short. So this, for the sake of argument, Kostya, castle short for me for Black,
Okay.
and then we play h4. And what we say is, if you play h5, then I'll definitely whack you with f5. Then at my f5 move is going to come. The g4 honestly also is looking interesting. But the point about knight e3 is that it helps support the f5 and g4 breaks. And the bishop on f1, we're actually going to call developed because the rook on d1 does things, and the rook on h1, once we get h4 in, also does things. So I think here it took me a while, but I think this is the basic plan here. Now, black doesn't have to castle short, but long term, it's hard to imagine black not castling short.
Yeah.
And my first instinct for black was, well, what if he just goes and puts his knight on e4? But I don't think it's that big of a deal. Sure, you put your knight on e4. So what? You want to take my bishop? So what? I don't care. I'm still going to play h4.
Okay. I mean, sure. It's like, I don't know. For me, knight on d4 looks like it's in the center. It's strong. Maybe you take the bishop on d2. Maybe you leave it because it's kind of like a dead. Um,
Mhm.
yeah.
And let me just say one of the obvious things that we know about the comparable structure that we should just mention is one of the reasons this whole or excuse me, Petrov thing with DC became so popular is that pawn on c3 really makes it difficult for black to start an attack. It's a really great defender of the white king.
Mhm.
So sure, the knight can get to e4. Sure, the bishop can look from g7, but there's not all that much you're actually doing when you get there. I think I'm kind of coming around to at least what the idea is here, Kosia. I'm disturbed that he's thinking for a long time on castles, but I think I'm coming around to the basic idea of it.
This is a big game for Fabi. I mean, he needs to not go crazy here. But it's not like you can just defeat Blue Bomb so easily. It's like 2,700 is
Well,
still
dude, let me
2,700.
put it to you this way. There's like basically 100 points difference between Fabi and Bluebound.
Right.
And Fabi has an opening position where he has an idea about what the hell's going on. So yes, you can be Bluebound. You can definitely be Bluebound, buddy. He's not
I,
invincible.
I mean, but you're not going to beat him every time. You know? Like,
Okay, but I think a different way I'd put it is you're not going to beat him every time, but if you don't beat him, at least one and a half out of two, you're not winning this tournament, or you don't deserve to win the tournament. Come on.
Yeah. In terms of the mini match, no, I mean I think he's definitely one of the guys you got to go after. But it's just like it's not so easy. You're not gonna just beat him just because you want to. Like if he plays well today, ultimately is
Mhm.
not. Fabi has to show something really really amazing.
Um,
And so far, Blue Bomb I think has been very solid. Just given his tournament, I don't think he's really been worse. I don't think he's had many chances either, but
so it's great watching Naka. He's going deep. He's thinking hard,
Naka's still tanking, huh?
and I like his demeanor. He doesn't seem nervous. He's clearly following some deeper lines. And one of the challenges here is you need to find both ideas and you need to try to make it concrete. Like you need to find a path that where you're not just making some natural move and you want to keep it as forcing as possible. Um, and it's these are positions I think in terms of calculating deep, it's very difficult because the tree branches are so wild. There's so many different options.
Yeah. And it's a non-standard position, so you can't really rely on a lot of typical themes and patterns. Um, yeah, I don't know. Anaka said some really interesting things. He's saying how they're asking about the recaps, if that's been bothering him or affecting his energy, and he says that in fact, without the recaps, he would have no reason to play the tournament. Right? It's like the recaps. It's like that's what's keeping him going. Like, why would he
Uh-huh.
play the tournament on its own? It's like it's really all about the YouTube video, and I actually believe him. It's like he has, he started having fun with those. Obviously, he has his like little bits and stuff, and he gets lots of comments and views, and obviously that's important for anyone that considers themselves a creator. So I actually kind of believe him. He has this energy of the crowd. Like he knows people are pulling for him, and for a lot of players, I find this for myself too. It like helps with motivation and confidence at the board. People are watching you, so you want to show your best effort. On the other hand, if he loses this, then it's over. it's over. Just give Cinderov the title.
Okay, let me try to make it. I'm trying to make this concrete, Kosia. So imagine we play knight e4.
Uh huh.
If queen a5, and if I want to do king f1, the problem with king f1 is I don't think it's a great square for the king because eventually e5 is going to come with bishop h3. So even now, like rook d8, I don't like it a whole ton for white because I'm not convinced by the king's position on f1. What we have to say about knight e4, though, it's definitely the most forcing of the moves out there, right?
Okay, I have a variation after rook d8. How about b4? Knight b4, bishop b4.
That's fun. Okay.
And then
That's fun.
rook d1, threatening mate. So you have to play like queen back, queen c7.
Sure.
And then I was thinking bishop d6 and I don't know, queen
Queen
d8,
c7, queen d8, yeah.
bishop back, queen c7, bishop d6. Draw.
Well, he can he can play queen e8 too, but yeah.
Yeah. But like maybe it's scary. Not sure. There's knight d6. Um, but knight e4, there's also queen h4. I just wanted to say,
Uh-huh, good.
just to be kind of up in white's position a little bit.
And one of the reasons for h4 is to not only give the take away that square, but also it helps us play king f1 later, so there's no bishop h3.
Yeah.
So
It,
that's one of the reasons I think h4 is also a candidate move.
H4 is really interesting. Yeah, because it so queen f6 and then knight e4.
Hmm.
It's not good for black. There's no way to keep this guy. So that would kind of force queen a5 check, I think.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I'd be curious about b4, knight b4, king f1, as well as just immediate, yeah, king f1.
Exactly.
I like it.
Okay.
If I had to pick a move, I would pick h4 here.
Okay, but let's keep it going. So
Yeah,
now pick between b4 and king f1.
let's try b4. Just more
Okay.
aggressive.
So I'll take the thing.
Knight b4, king f1.
Rook d8. How about okay. Maybe just the basic queen d2.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I got a lot of misgivings.
I also want to check just bishop takes e7. Rook d1,
Okay,
rook
bishop
d1.
e7. I like that question. Snip, snop, bishop d7.
You said bishop d7,
Yeah.
but I take it.
Okay, but what'd you get? You get two pieces, right?
No, I have rook in two.
Rook into. Oh shit.
Yeah, right now white has rook in one, but it's like if we get rook d8 in, then it looks really like a lot of
Okay,
compensation.
that's interesting. So like f6.
So f6, yeah, and then maybe just king g2. I'm not sure.
I guess black's gonna play king f7 no matter what you do.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, let's go back. So there's also queen d2.
Now here you've got obviously rook d6, but also c5. Maybe that move. That might be a good move. Just knight d5 brutally. Knight e d5. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, you could land in a position like this in your head. You'd be like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here.
Well, I would definitely be looking at all these queen sacks because it's also a question of like, well, Compi knows that white is at least equal, so Compi finds something. And sometimes you confuse yourself. We're like, okay, maybe this is queen sack line. Maybe this h4. Compi loves to play h4. Let me go h4. It's probably the move. Um, and then you just make it based on vibes and what you think is correct. But Naka's better than that. He's tanking because he actually wants to, yeah, think deeply about the position and make a proper decision. Someone mentioned in chat that Magnus's first round opponent spent 70 minutes on her first two moves in the freestyle, which to me it's like it's not crazy because it's a completely fresh position. Like you don't know what you're doing. This is a similar case where it's like you really don't know exactly what you're looking for and what direction, like what lines to be looking at. So it takes a lot of time to figure it out.
Okay, Kosti, let me just try a different move out.
Mm-hmm.
We've looked at h4 and knight e4. I'm certain those are candidate moves. Let me just try the basic queen e2.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Queen.
Just mostly because I want to put a rook on d1.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be great though if white could castle queenside?
Yeah.
So queen e2. Let's see. Okay, maybe I would try e5.
Good. I think e5 is the main move. Now, one basic question is if I just play Queen E5 like a chump,
Hmm.
um, and you recaptured, what are we gonna say?
I feel like that's not much because knight on a6 can get back into play. You have knight g6. Seems like black has no real weaknesses there.
I might be able to. I think knight G6 is a key bummer, maybe, because I don't really know where to put. Like, he's going to get rook E8 check in. If he didn't have the rook E8 check thing, I would feel like maybe we have really good compensation.
Yeah.
But rook E8 check is kind of a bummer. I don't
And
want
like
to do
yeah,
that.
some bishop h3 too. Um, so this endgame, yeah, I don't believe in it for white. I think not enough for the pawn, and we got like the weaknesses, like you mentioned. The c pawn is like, yeah, creating some long term holes. Oh, it wasn't 70 minutes. It was like 30 minutes. Well, that's what I get for just reading things off Twitter.
I think let's acknowledge that the queen on G5 is annoying because she is preventing us from castling long where we would really like to go.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be great if we could somehow go like h4 and then end up castling queenside, but queen a5 check is black's response here, so that's gonna disturb the plans. Yeah, not gonna very deep tank.
Hmm.
Who's Fabi rooting for in this game? I think Naka for this one.
Oh yeah, the whole field is rooting for Naka here, because if Sindarov wins this game, he's potentially running away with the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean his confidence would be through the roof and be very bad.
I think some players, intuitive players, might be like, well, look, I gotta play knight e4 because the knight on g3 just doesn't belong there. So I'll just start with knight e4. Queen a5 is probably gonna happen, and then we'll take it from there.
Hmm. Sharp.
Now, we shouldn't go there, but I was correct. Fabi spent 17 minutes to play the obvious move castles long. So, Bobby, a little too long, buddy. A little too long to play that one.
Yeah, but okay, good. His time usage the last game was very, very tough. And I mean, the tournament, his time usage hasn't been great, mostly because it seems like yeah he's been losing the opening battle, has Fabi, but
I feel, I I am on the spectrum of feeling hate toward opening prep. I am one of the people that feels the least hate about it because I feel it generally doesn't decide the game. And but that game with Fabi really was like really did feel like an unfair advantage.
yeah,
To Sindarov's credit, like he still found the move G3, which was a move which is ultimately the correct move. Hard to find, took some courage, but already you're up like an hour on the clock, and it feels like, oh man, rough.
yeah. I mean, yeah. And then he mentioned in the post game that he basically just by chance had reviewed the line like 10 minutes before the game, so there's definitely a bit of luck involved.
Hmm.
Because that was just kind of a random, yeah, very random line that they stumbled into. But you said it was an unfair advantage, which I thought is interesting.
It felt a, it well, unfair isn't the right word, but it feels a little icky, feels a little icky.
Yeah. But Fabi has done that to people so many times. I
Well, and
mean,
also, I think it was a very dangerous opening choice in general.
you know, yeah, sometimes you get burned. Whew. Anish also won nice game in round 4 against Esipenko. Really like that game for Anish. And I would say as far as his tournament has gone, it's like not the worst for Anish because he lost this one game to Prague in the first round, which was like a very nice, well played game by Prague. It was just the first round, people warming up. And then since then, he won this game as black. Now he's back to even. Now he has white against Wei Yi, who definitely struggling. So if Anish can manage to beat Wei Yi today, he might start heating up himself.
One thing I want to stress about our current position is generally when me and Coach are looking at these things, we'll be able to kind of go down certain holes. And here it's really hard for us. And one of the things, if you're watching this just as a fan, you take away is it's also hard for Naka, even though he's much better than us, because there's so many different moves, and it's hard to figure out what concrete play would look like here. But Kostya, with that preamble, I want to try another move that
Mm-hmm.
feels wrong, but I'm going to do it anyway. What about C5?
Okay.
C5.
Take you want H4.
So if you take, I'm claiming H4, and I'm gonna. I thought I thought I was gonna win your coconut. If that's not true, then I really blew it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's working. Let's see.
So if that's true, the other point is I think I'm denying E5. I don't think you can play E5 because then H4, and again, well, maybe you could play E5 actually. That's a big question. E5, H4, Queen F6. If knight E4, you have Queen E6. Maybe you can. Still, I think the game, I still have more moves to make there, but that would be the thought.
Yeah. Yeah, C5 interesting. See what ideas we can come up with. Hmm. Maybe. Okay, how to deal with knight E4. Knight E4 coming. Okay, so E5, H4.
By the way, I'm not sure about H4. I just wanted to point out that I don't think I'm. The first question is H4 because then it's like I'm gonna maybe win the knight. But if I don't win the knight, then I want to rethink it.
Yeah.
So like knight E4 then becomes the el main questione.
Mm-hmm. Then Queen H4.
And then maybe I can just play bishop E5 like a champ.
Uh-huh.
Hard to evaluate. Hard to evaluate.
Yeah.
One point, of course, if I get that queen off of G5, then I can start dreaming about the natural dreams of my position, which are to castle long.
Right.
Have I ever spent more than 40 minutes to move? Several occasions, yeah. Several occasions.
Yeah. A couple times. Mainly very difficult positions. Everything feels like, losing or complicated, or you have big direction to take. I wonder if it's the time control that's leading the players to take these big tanks because you have like 2 hours on the clock, so you feel like you have a lot of time. But no increment, so eventually it's gonna get down to time trouble. Not looking happy from the video, from what I can see.
Mm-hmm. We also have the question about some move Wei Yi makes from 2600 for life. Thank you for the first time in the chat. In general, we're not looking at the other games because we're really trying to put ourselves in Naka's shoes. We're kind of also looking at the Fabi, but we're trying not to. Trying not to.
Yeah, okay, I'll briefly mention we had this Catalan Geary against Wei in the opening. I'm not totally sure about. C5 definitely very, very sharp move. Probably some kind of preparation from Wei, because it's yeah, quite spicy to play like this with black. But now both players definitely out of book, and we have kind of a classic situation here. Like black's gonna win back this pawn on c5, and white will try to use that time to develop something on the queen side, try to get some pull. But I don't know. I think overall pretty solid for black.
One reason Anish isn't going to win this tournament is like there's so many different ways to meet the Catalan. There's so many different ways, and so yeah, you gotta prep it all out and stuff. And the way you use computers doing overtime on ways to mess with you. Oh man.
Yeah, I think Anish has to win with c4. I think that's his ticket. c4 Anish.
All right, Kosi, question. What would you do if you were white here with Naka's position?
Yeah. Um I was liking h4. I thought that's a very kind of logical move.
Well, let's play it out a little bit because I didn't get it. So H4, check to the miserable king.
Yeah. Let's try king f1 again.
All right. So I like rook d8. While Kosya's thinking, Caitlin, to you, there's the prep. I'm really trying to stress you guys. There was so many different black options in the last couple moves that I don't think prep was really possible. And even this move castles, like Sindarov might know it a little bit. There's art because White had different moves too. So we're already at a point of ability for a human to digest like a tree that has 5 moves at each node. It's not too possible. And even here, like what we're saying, like if you were trying to prep this out as black and you reach this position with black and you castled on move 12, white has so many different options here. So many different options.
Yeah. I wonder what Syndarov's been doing, because he left the board pretty early when Naka started to tank, and he hasn't, I don't think he's been back.
Yeah,
He's
but
just
he
been
goes and
gone.
sits at a couch where he just looks at the board. Like there's a screen where you get to look at the board.
Yeah, but you think he's just been sitting on that couch for almost an hour?
He's probably walking around a little bit.
Damn. That must be. I feel like that's always tough when your opponent. I always have a hard time when an opponent like really tanks for a while, like 45 minutes, and then I come back and I'm like, oh, what was the position even? Like, what were we? It's like you have to like really get back into it. Yeah, Rick, I don't know. I don't see anything other than this queen sack, which I'm not sure about. But yeah, maybe it would have been somehow better to
See, this is what I mean about
castle.
H4. So I don't understand H4 because of that line. That's how I came up with the weird C5 move.
Maybe queen a5. Maybe I can try b4, knight b4, castle.
Okay.
So my rooks get to the d file faster.
And is the reason you would, if you wanted to do it this way, is the reason you would do H4 and 94 is simply because you don't want the queen to go to H4?
I mean, I kind of thought the h pawn's useful anyway, like h5, h6 ideas, but Yeah, I'm not sure about 90. Maybe 94 is a better version because I don't not like so afraid of Queen H4. I think it's just possible. And we have like Bishop G3 there. If we
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I don't believe in that.
okay, so maybe I try 94 then.
All right, so Queen A5. Maybe
Uh,
King E2, by the way. Maybe
King
King
E2.
E2.
Well, I'll try B4.
Okay, snip.
Take and castle.
All right. Rook D8.
Okay, and then I'll try. Let me try Bishop B4.
This was your dirty trick all along. Okay, so um, did I just blunder? Is that what happened?
But it's the same, except I mean I have the castle, so like my rook is connected.
All right, so but here isn't it different because Rook D1, you've played Bishop A5.
Oh, it's not a check. Yes.
So I blew it there.
Oh yeah.
That's
Okay. Okay. So
okay. We
castles,
might
there's
be
no
onto
eight
something.
d8.
We might be onto something. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So knight E4, Queen A5 check. Naka saw this like 3 million years ago. B4, knight takes, castle short. Now my mind just rebelled against castle short because I was like, that's not what you want to do. But there's a tactical reason,
Right.
namely that on Rook D8, bishop takes B4 wins the game. All right, my friends, white is down 3 pawns, count them, 3 pawns, and black has muchos moves here. Knight F5, C5. I feel like there's going to be other things too. E5, of course. But on E5, white's idea clearly is queen D2.
Well, e7 is also hanging.
E7 is also in. All right, so let me play knight F5 then if rook D8's out.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm down 3 pawns. I think I gotta take the rook. King takes.
Yeah.
And no.
You need something special or else it's all over.
Well, queen d2.
Okay, queen D2. I think that's your best try.
Just want a3.
So C5.
Well, let's say a3. Knight c6. Go for endgame. Knight a5. Knight takes c5. And then black only has 2 pawns for the exchange, and white is
I only
active.
have 2 pawns, but my structure's amazing. I'm gonna have knight D4 someday. What are you talking about?
White's active?
No, no, no. That's lost.
Hmm.
That's not what Naka wants. Ivan
I mean,
Funny
I'm
is
not
talking about C5,
sure.
knight C5. I was thinking about that too, but I was thinking we would just play knight C6 there.
Well, it's a nice trick. So knight c6. Oh, so I don't need this a3. Oh, so this is a better version for white. Okay, thank you, Ivan. Shout out Ivan. So queen a5, knight a5.
No, I don't believe this at all. The knight on A5 is beautiful. The king is about to come to E7.
I feel like it's still kind of concrete, but rook b1, for example, going after b7.
Okay. All right. I'll stop. I will stop my madness.
Computer probably shows rook b8, knight a6, rook a8, knight c7, draw.
Oh no, my knight. Naka looks like he's ready to join Jesse in the senior tour, dude.
He's got
He's got a
time.
couple years before that happens. We're not letting him in. That's so easy.
Yeah. He's got
Oh
time.
man. Okay, that was kind of at least a concrete line, so
Mm-hmm.
that I do think that 94 is the most concrete, and if Sindarov has something prepped, it'll be on that 94 move.
Maybe he's just tanking so Sindarov forgets the prep he did right before the game. It just stinks. And then it's not like 10 minutes ago he reviewed this thing, but it's like an hour, at least give him some time to forget. But down, he's gonna be down an hour on the clock. It's been well over an hour now on this move. Okay, there was a suggestion B4. Chat was suggesting this position. I mean, it's been an hour. We might as well look at everything.
But Kosi, I want to say I think that last line,
Maybe knight g6. Mm-hmm.
I feel like that was pretty that might be best play. And I didn't like the castle short thing intuitively at first, but that might be it, bud.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the more we look at it, the more I feel like that's the only line that's felt nice for white so far. At least
Bang
not
Yuan says, "Can
super
somebody
unclear.
please tell me why he took an hour? Because it's complicated as frick, and the game is being decided right now. Now, should he have maybe already moved? Maybe. One thing actually I like to say or point out is if you just look at the position with human eyes, I think what you can say is 94 has got to be the move because the knight is misplaced. So you could try to calculate until your eyes bleed with 94, but that's got to be the right move for white.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at d6, you're challenging the queen. The knight doesn't belong on g3 anyway, so fix it. Right? All those reasons, it's got to be 94.
Yeah, B4. I was thinking maybe black goes knight G6 to get their knight out of dodge. Someone was asking about this line. So H4, Queen A5, B4 takes, and then what was it? King F1, Rook D8. Yeah. So this line with the king on F1, I didn't like because when we sack with bishop e7, for example, rook d1, black gets f6 at the end at least. We looked at this a little while ago. And then I didn't see anything clear here for white too. I feel like white might have compensation, but it's only rook and bishop for the queen, and black has like 3 pawns, so it's a lot of pawns. So yeah, this one I didn't really believe in, but the other one, that was 94 and B4 and castles definitely looks very, very sharp.
Well, I just want to give an update. Fabi thought for 23 minutes after castle's knight c5 and
Wow.
launched it with f5. I thought h4 was going to come first, but he launched it.
Wow.
And launching it makes a lot of sense. You need to free a path for the bishop on d2. It seems like this is kind of the idea of your opening. You still play h4 later.
So castles maybe G4. Just kind of follow up.
You can do some things.
I mean, it
So
is a pawn storm.
I mean, Fabi's position is definitely growing on me.
Mm-hmm.
The f5 also limits the bishop on c8 kind of dramatically. And one advantage of playing f5 is that you take away the ability to play Kostya's move, which was f5, just locking it all the way up.
Maybe I could have done that on the last one. Naka, H4.
Damn, I don't like it, Naka. I think you overthought that one, buddy.
That was the vibe move, that this is probably what Compi wants, so let me just play it. Vibe move. Man. Okay. I mean, that's the cool thing about the recaps. Later we'll hear the explanation. what he was thinking about and all the lines and what he missed.
All right, so I have to take down my thing here. I am gonna go negative zero point 0.1. Slide this into negative territory. Now it's just mostly intuitive. I'm saying this because A, I couldn't figure H4 out, and B, I don't think H4 makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm black, I definitely wanted to see H4. Jake, I have to allow Jake saying bishop is a pansy piece. And Twitch needs to lay it off the speech stuff, man. Let us say pansy. Just let us say it.
Yeah, no, it's pretty aggressive, I would say. It's I forget what. It had some like really not innocuous stuff blocked. Someone said Sindarov made a huff face. Like he was confused. And now he's bombing a bit, so it's that's the big question now. Like how much was Sindarov in book? Is H4 one of the possible moves? Is it not one of the moves? Is he aware that it's not one of the moves? Is he
But
aware of the eval?
on the other hand, aren't you just going to play Queen A5 check and then figure it out from there? Right? Like, well, we got to play Queen A5, so at least our first move is going to be forced.
Yeah, it looks like he's done it. But I think that's a reasonable amount of time before blitzed out. I think that's a reasonable amount of time to spend on, given your opponent spent over an hour
Hmm.
and you just got back to the board, still need to figure out how the pieces move. Oh, Inaka fumbled with B4. He fumbled the pawn. He dropped the pawn. Okay, now maybe he starts thinking because other than knight b4, you could go queen d8. Well, can you go queen d8, or is there something obviously wrong with that? Car's trying to play this like he would approach a blitz game. I don't know about that one. He spent an
Okay, so
hour.
let's say the obvious. He looked at knight e4, queen a5, b4 as well.
Right.
And with this one, he has decided there is a meaningful difference. And now Sindarov is like, well, why can't I play knight takes b4, buddy?
Mm-hmm. So knight b4, there's still castles, and we had looked at this, but you made the point that if we're gonna go for this, why wouldn't you want knight e4 over h4 in this position? And I agreed.
You're right.
But I guess with castles, it's also preventing rook d8 for that same trick. So maybe there is some value here, some h5 coming.
Well, if you're gonna play h5, you don't want a castle.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Is he going king e2 instead of castling to keep the rook there?
I guess you could go like king f, knight b4, king f1, rook d8, conceivably there, king g2. I don't like it, but you are threatening the bishop takes b4 madness there. You're fixing your king, and you're saying, hey, I want to play Kostas h5 because I'm proud. And the knight on g3 does prevent knight f5.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I shouldn't say prevent. I shouldn't say prevent. It does not prevent it. But at least we have another option there on knight f5.
Yeah, it kind of covers knight f5, and also knight g6 now gets hit with h5. So it's like kind of playing against the knight a little bit.
Right. So, yeah, we could make a story about how we're trying to prevent the knight ultimately from getting out.
Tough. I don't know. Rook d7 comes to mind.
If I was Sindaroff, though, I'd feel really good about, well, considering how scary, this whole position is. If I'm black now, I'm like, wait a second. I can always play rook takes d6 whenever I need to later,
Yeah,
and I should be fine.
maybe.
All right, Kosi, let's play it out a little bit. So yeah, um, he's finally thinking. So Queen a5, b4 played, and I'll play knight takes b4.
Okay, I'll try king e2.
All right, king e2. So I want to say for chat, Kosi's devilish trick now is on rook d8. We're believing that he has bishop takes.
Oh wait, but with the king on e2, there's still queen e5 check.
Yeah.
Not so easy. And then it turns into a queen sack, which maybe it's an interesting queen sack. Like I go knight e4 there, rook d1, rook a d1. I don't know. There's also queen b2.
All right, Kosi, let's do, before we go crazy, let's put the position with king e2, rook d8 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And we're saying in that position that white has bishop e7 and bishop takes b4 and maybe something else. Bishop takes b4 has got to be our main move, right?
Yeah, probably.
But queen e5, I think you're absolutely right. That's a hell of a drug.
But queen e5, knight e4.
Okay, rook takes d8. d1, excuse me.
Yeah, rook a d1.
And then let's try knight d5.
Knight. Which one?
d5.
d5.
No, milk has gone bad.
Wait, but c d
D, D, E, D.
ed. King f1.
Oh, okay. Bishop h3 check.
Okay, take
DE.
d.
Now maybe you could play bishop d6 here. Because if you move the... Oh, you could also play bishop e2. I take that back. I was thinking I had queen b5, that you could also play bishop e2.
So it's 4 pawns. Okay.
It's a lot of
Yeah,
coconuts. But
bishop
you do
e2.
have these bishops, so that's interesting. Wow. Okay. So talk about a concrete variation, man.
Yeah. And yeah, it's kind of unclear at the end. I don't really know.
One of the things that we've talked about in Dojo Land before, though, is how in this kind of position with the bishops, uh, the rook is really a turd. So, like, if we just think about the two bishops versus the black rook, the bishops will often just murder the rook.
Yeah.
And here it's usually when then also if we say that the queen is better than the rooks, it's because she has some kind of initiative. Here it's hard to see what her initiative is. So I'm actually willing to. I think that's an interesting playable position there at the end, Kosyu.
Yeah. 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 I agree.
Okay, so let's go from the top. So we have b4, knight b4, and people should tell us if he's b4 is on the board. We're still waiting
Wait,
for a
and
move.
why did I want king e2 instead of castles? Now I can't even remember. Why did I
Because
want...
when I take on d1, it's check. That's
But
why you want king e2 or castle.
right. But somehow I liked king e2 over castles. Why did I?
Mm,
Something about wanting to keep the rook on the h5. Like I wanted some h5 and
yeah,
using
yeah.
the rook. Okay, I'll
You're
try
also doing
castles.
it. What's that?
Try castles then after
Try
knight
castles.
b4.
Okay. So rook d8.
But rook d8 is the blunder.
Excuse me. I don't blunder cry. All right. So knight f5.
Knight f5.
This could get scary.
ef.
Okay.
Bishop f8.
King takes.
Takes. Rooks feel pretty good here. How to win? Rook b1.
d1. So queen d6 is our threat. c5. I'll admit to feeling a little hokey pokey.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like white should have something concrete.
Well, let's say the obvious. You got to find something, or else I'm going to play, bishop e6, and then I'll just be better. You need something fancy.
Okay, queen d6 check was there as well, but then king g8, guys. I didn't see the follow up here. Rook e1, bishop e6, right? And not sure. Okay, Sindarov, he was about to take the pawn,
Oh, okay.
but then he started thinking. So yeah, in this line, rook e1, bishop e6. I don't know, we can sack back, but we're still down a couple pawns. Queen e6, king h8. It's not... Definitely not so clear. Maybe rook e1, bishop e6, rook b1, followed by a3. And rook takes b7 coming. Yeah, I would believe in the rooks here. Looks pretty good. It doesn't look like immediately winning to me, but it looks nice.
Okay, move has been played.
He took...
He took 11 minutes. So the first time he's thought. It's the first time he's thought in the last two games. All right. So yeah, we're gonna see El Idea now. It would be nice for Naka if he was able to play this one kind of quickly.
Yeah.
Naka's away from the board.
And my question is just like, how much does Sindarov know about the position? Because imagine you know that like h4 is not the move, and the main move is equal, and then every other move is supposed to be like -1 or minus zero point 0.6. Sometimes you see that there's only one move, and it's equal, and everything else is like much worse or something. So he might even be aware of the rough eval. Not sure. Naka's still, he's not at the board yet. He's got 48 minutes, but he's not back at the board.
Let me try to defend his honor again, bud. Let me try to defend his honor. So, um, knight takes b4. You like castles now,
I
right?
think I'd go with castles. Yeah.
All right. So first question, knight f5 feels like the right move, but is there something else I should be thinking about? Rook d8 looks like a full blunder simply to bishop takes b4. Maybe I could play rook e8. I kind of doubt it, but maybe. Let's ask that basic question, Kosya. Do you have a knockout on this sad-looking rook e8?
Do we have a knockout? Knockout.
I actually I was thinking about it. Maybe I don't like queen d2, c5, and now rook fd1, and I find it very hard to move. By the way, let's just say that one of the nice things for white is the bishop on f3 really doesn't know what's going on in its life. But the second you play c5, it's like, well,
Yeah.
I'm doing something now. Now I'm doing something.
Did you
All
say
right.
rook e1 or rook d1 at the end?
Rook fd1.
Oh yeah, rook d1. Yeah, because then you're threatening some back rank stuff. A3 might be a threat.
You know, game will go on with knight f5. But my bishop on f3 is doing things now. I don't know about that position. Actually, that knight f5. All right, he's Nakas. You know, clearly he's looked at this position already. Will he start having massive doubts about it all of a sudden? Why didn't I just trust Jesse and my initial instinct and play knight e4, he might be saying.
Okay, what's he
Oh,
reaching for?
he's reaching for something.
It doesn't look like he's reaching for the king, which is like very confusing to me. What is he reaching for here if
No,
not the king?
he's gonna move the king.
It's got to be the king. All right, there we go.
How come yours is always faster than me? I don't understand.
I don't know. You're closer, aren't you? Maybe I'm closer to the
Closer.
satellite.
I'm closer to Cyprus.
Yeah, technically you are. But maybe it's not about Cyprus. Maybe it's the satellite you have to be closer to. Maybe I'm closer to the satellite.
Okay, so here we are in our position. And our candidate moves, so far we've got knight f5 and rook e8. Maybe there's some other candidate move. I don't know what it would be, Kostit. Yeah, I think that's it. I think play has become at least a little bit concrete in that regard, is that black only has two conceivable moves. Let me try to defend black's honor, Kostit, with rook e8. You try to knock me out.
Okay. So we were just looking at queen d2.
Okay, queen d2.
Let's
That you want to do that one?
let me think. Rook b1 is a thought. A3 is possible. Oh, rook e8 played, by the way.
Oh, I'm a GM today. I'm a GM today, my young friend.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Okay, interesting.
GM today. Now, so one of the ingenious things that I realized when we were going through this is at first when I suggested rook e8, I was just thinking of candidate moves. But later, what I was realizing is I'm going to play knight f5 at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you take my coconut on f5, suddenly my rook is open on the e file.
Sure.
So it's actually a potentially developing move. Yeah.
Maybe I try queen d2, c5, rook f e1 then.
All right, let's try that. Rook F E1.
Full axis.
Okay, knight BC6.
Yeah, you also had rook d8 maybe. Knight c6.
That looks like a hell of a drug, Kosi. I'm threatening knight D4.
Here. Okay, let's just try queen g5. Knight d4 anyway.
That's no good. We gotta be like, oh shit, things didn't go right there for me.
Okay, rook e8. Let's think again. Naka reaching. Shoot, what's he gonna play? Need to make a move. Queen d2 feels like the most logical. I'm just wondering if there's like any point to queen e1.
He might have missed rook E8. He might have like because our first instinct was also knight F5. And it feels like the right thing to do because it feels like, well, sure, I'll give back the exchange and we'll go from there. And then Naka was looking at that position. It looked interesting for white. He didn't find anything better. Then all of a sudden, rook e8's played, and we're like, wait a second. I'm getting hosed. I'm getting hosed here, man.
Definitely a surprising move, yeah. Okay, looks like, yeah, he's going
He's
for
reaching
queen
for queen
d2.
D2.
Played.
Played, okay. So you're a GM today.
Well, okay, queen d2.
Now let
Yeah,
me
I don't
say,
quite feel it for white there, so I'm gonna go down a bit. I'm gonna go to
yeah,
point
yeah, yeah.
3 for black.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it could be more. He's down 3 pawns.
Now, one question I have, well, besides C5, that's it, right? That's my only real move.
I mean, looks like.
So, okay, let's put C5 on the board. And the one of the bummers about Queen D2 that I don't understand is if I am, it looks like I want to play Knight C6 now. I'm going to be threatening Knight D4. You can't be trading queens, or at least it would very much surprise us. So, what are you going to do?
Fair question.
And on Rook FD1 or Rook AD1, probably I'm just going to play Knight F5.
Yeah.
All right, my friends, I'm going to adjust my own business here. And I'm going to say -1, a full
Okay.
pawn. I could change my mind here, but that's where I've gone to with it. I think H4 does not feel right. I think he missed Rook E8. That's my little take on this.
But he played queen d2 like kind of like he has something in mind here. Like he's not like if he totally missed rook e8, I feel like he would have started tanking and bobbing his head.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Fair.
c5.
I'm eager to see what he's got against C5. I mean,
Yeah.
another nice thing for Sindarov is you don't have to. I don't think you don't have to think about C5. You
Mm-hmm.
got to play that one, man. And it's so natural now too. I got the Knight C6 jam coming up.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good here for old Naka. Jesse, maybe I take a quick break here.
Oh, I was gonna take a break.
You want to go first?
You want me to? Do I get to go first?
Yeah, why don't you get coffee and then we'll set up the analysis board and then I'll take it.
Oh, okay, that's good. Now, before we go, real quick, Kostya, what about Queen G5? on move 17, so right after c5.
So right
Is
now.
that el intenzione?
Then h6. Where are we going?
Now, the super sad thing here is white would be down. I'm going to take on c5. I'm down 2 pawns. And I don't, I personally don't believe it at all. I'm just wondering, is this the intention? Am I gonna try to play this with some compensation? He definitely has got some compensation,
Some comp for sure.
but I don't. That doesn't. Ah, it's not enough. It's not enough, Mr. Slough. Okay, I'm gonna go take a break.
Okay.
Um, and I'll say in the other position, I like Fabi's position. I like it.
Yeah, I'll jump to Fabi here, give folks the update. So f5, castles from Blue Bomb, g4 as expected from us. Knight e4 played. And now bishop d3. So white's setup here starting to look a lot, quite promising for Fabiano. He wants to play h4, h5. His pieces are active. King looks safe. If knight d2, rook d2, and everything is moving. Everything is moving. So black hasn't really managed to get out yet. So this feels promising for white. Promising. So bishop d3. Simple move. Developing, and then next he kind of wants h4. Now, Blue Bomb is in a bit of a dogfight. I mean, he's not often seeing himself in such a sharp position, right? Opposite sides castling, big attack brewing, playing Fabi. So big chances here for Fabi. It's a very big day for the two Americans. Depending on how they score today, it's going to be make it or break, really, for these two. If they both win, it's amazing. If they both lose, it's horrible. And if they both draw, then that's kind of so-so. Now, the eval bar, guys, is still on the Naka game. So let me add one for the Fabi game. For the Fabi game, I like white's position here quite a bit. I would go maybe 0.6 for white. I'll say Jesse. I'll put Jesse at 0.6 as well. He can adjust later. That'll be Blue Bomb, and let's make that Naka Cinder. Okay, let me stick on Fabi Blue Bomb for now, and let me check out their camera as well. By the way, folks, you watch live cameras, no eval bar, courtesy of Mr. Lalo Morningstar. You can watch the players, watch Blue Bomb right now without seeing the eval. So where did black go wrong here? I'm not totally sure. It's hard to say. G6 might not have been best. F4, gives white a hook. Maybe F5 here. Black might have tried. I don't know. That's very sharp, of course. It's hard to say exactly where he went wrong, just because it's atypical position. But this position starts to look maybe just very practical for white, if nothing else. Yeah, very scary for black. Let me just quickly see what else is happening. So Prague, Esipenko. Both these guys not having the tournament they were hoping for so far. Andre's -2. Prague is on even score, but he won a game and then he lost the game to Sindarov. So I don't think he's particularly happy. But his position is comfortable. You know, he's got this kind of Chimer system set up here. So little edge, I think, for Prague. And then Giri Wei, 93 Wei, temporarily sacrifices a piece, but he's going to win it back. And the question is, will Anish be able to get anything from this position? Hard to say. Hard to say. This one looks like Wei might be able to hold. So back to blue bomb. What moves does black have here? There's ideas like b5, b4, maybe a5, but a5, a4, white plays a3. You haven't really made progress. So b5 is also possible, but also a little bit slow. Whereas white wants to play h4, h5, queen h3, and everything is getting launched at the enemy king. So it's very scary for black. Very, very scary. But yeah, the attack still has to materialize for white. So it's not like it's simple, but yeah. Blue bomb now thinking he's under an hour.
Blue bomb's going down, buddy.
He's trying to figure out how
Going
to play
down.
this. Be careful. Be careful. The more you think he's going down, you never know.
I called it too. That 94, he's looking pretty chumpy over there. Tell you that. Okay.
But yeah.
So,
No, liking Fabi's position. I put you at 0.6 for Fabi. Maybe you want to change. So I added a second game. So there's game 1 and game 2. You can see the tabs.
oh yeah, okay. Interesting. So you're at 0.6. I'll say 0.6. Yeah, that's fine with me. It is looking bad for Naka, dude. Jeez, man, Sindarov is running away with this thing. Mm.
Yeah.
Well, Kosa, you want to oh, do I need to send you a link, buddy, for the
Oh yeah. Let's do an analysis board.
Got it. So I go here. Oh, yes. Right. And I am going to send you a link of. Here. No, I go here. I go here. I go here. I go here. Right. Talking about Naka being a senior, I had a funny thought when I was going downstairs. I was like, oh yeah, Naka has seen this variation with E4 and studied it well before Sindarov was even born. Oh, well before Sindarov was even born.
Well before. Oops. Gotta fix our analysis here. 1 second, guys. Let's take us back to the multi-board view for now.
O'Donnell asks, how is Sindarov putting fire on the board every game? He's getting a little lucky with computer prep. I definitely feel like he gambled here with queen takes g2. it makes sense to gamble with opening stuff with Naka because it's hard to believe that Naka is going to be that prepped out in these kinds of scenarios. I think I'm pretty convinced actually that 13H4 was incorrect the mundo. Um, and 94 had to be the move. What the eval is, I don't know, but H4 doesn't look right. And we were looking at all of these same moves with B4 and castles and yada yada with 94 instead of H4. And it's clear if you just look at the positions, like, of course, the knight needs to be on E4 instead of all that garbage. All right, Coast is here. I'm going to make him not a participant, but or whatever. He's got power anyway to do things on this board. And this position is truly nasty because black really would like to play knight bc6. When dude plays knight bc6, he's going to be threatening the queen. So what is the queen doing on d2? It didn't help, whereas c5 really helped black.
Mm-hmm. And if
And kind of
Naka's
like you,
tanking now, oh, that's not good,
well,
dude.
no,
He's
he's not good. He's
30
tanking.
minutes.
No,
Oh,
not good, Mr. Fobbs. Mr. Nakas. Hmm. Oh, I made myself a delicious tea here. Yeah.
oh yeah.
Okay.
What'd you go with today?
Well, yesterday you inspired me to do the matcha, and today we have a chai tea. Oh, it's beautiful.
Chai. Nice.
It's yeah, now he's suffering regret, and honestly, like even Chump GM here was like, wait a second, Queen D2. If you do that, C5 happens, and you're just getting wasted because Knight BC6 is coming. And so Naka's just going down, dude. He's just going down.
I'm very nervous for him.
Yes. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know, Kosi. I don't even have an idea for him at this point. And the other sad thing about this Castles is Castles had a tactical point, but now it just didn't make strategic sense because you kind of wanted maybe a rook on G1 or something. So all those ideas are dried up. We're wondering what the knight on G3 is doing. Nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
Queen even seems misplaced on D2 because knight C6 is coming with a little tempo skiats. And one
Yeah.
of the nice things about being up a pawn or two is you get to play things like knight to d4 because you got that extra pawn. You got an extra pawn. That's why you can do it.
Ah, yeah. Not looking good for Naka. Okay, I take a quick break. Jesse, you got the analysis board?
I got the analysis board, and I guess I could also switch it to Fabi if this becomes too depressing.
Yes, you can. Okay, I'll be back, folks.
Okay, so let's go to this board, and I have no ideas. For example, if you play knight h5, it looks dumb. It looks like just like you're playing for tricks, but like knight f5 is going to cover all your stuff. So one criminal move you could do. is to play here, here, and now knight h5. And at least you're kind of threatening something. At least queen, knight c6, queen g5, you might not lose. It probably is still worse because of f6. But in any case, black could make a simple move like f6 themselves. And they're covering all their stuff. They're covering all their stuff. There's no way in. So that doesn't make any sense. And he's tanking good. We're down below 20 minutes. I don't have any ideas for him. And the funny thing was, long before he even played Queen D2, I was like, wait, this C5 thing is coming, Naka. What are you doing, bud? Stellfish says Sindarov is overdue for a big blunder. But I don't know how you blunder in this position. We're talking about, Seth is talking about cheapo merchant. Well, it would be not lovely to have a cheapo, but it's hard to even find the prospect for cheapo. And Naka is, dude, he is amazing at cheapos. As someone who has played Naka many times, the guy is a great cheapo artist with the facial expressions, dude. And oh no, blah blah blah. Yeah. Cranky Old Man Gaming says rookie one, but then knight c6 and then what? Because if you trade queens, that's no good. And if you don't play trade queens, I'm playing knight d4. Me and Costa looked at rookie one about a half an hour ago. I initially tried rook fd1, but again, knight c6 was like, I don't know what's going on there. It's a very simple idea for black, just to play knight c6. Protect the queen and 10 knight d4 looks nasty. And Prophet says, this is very important, he's got 1 minute left a move. Word. Yeah. No, Naka seems to be going down in this position. My friends, what I get to do, because Kostya finally gave me access to an analysis board, is I get to add a game here. So I'm going to add Fabi's game. And I'm going to, I do feel like this is the round of the day, but this I think it's over. Okay. I think Naka Sindarov is now over. I could be wrong on that. I'm going to call it a tentative over. All right. So let's go look at this magic. It looked so weird, and it took me a while to even understand what this whole setup was. But the general point is we are going to play for Federico the F pawn. Get that guy moving. Black, I'm sure, could do different things. This is what he does. And now F5. I was looking at H4. F5 is probably stronger. Castles G4. Now, for one, we have killed this bishop in its natural development. That is the main thing we're doing with G4. Also, though, someday I might play this kind of thing, and then you probably will have to take, and I'm just crushing you. Also, with H4, maybe I'll just play H5 as well. So H4 is the big kahuna. Knight E4 comes, bishop D3, rook E8. And now I'm anticipating H4. Um, there are potential questions, though, such as if H4, Queen E7, we would be threatening Knight D2. I don't know about any of this, though. I can play this simple move as an example. So yeah, Fabi's thinking about this bad boy. And he also amazingly has the time advantage. Bluebaum, even though Fabi tanked pretty good, Bluebaum has been tanking even better. I predicted long ago this would be time pressure, and somebody made a joke at me. It'd be like, "Oh, what a bold prediction, Fabi and time pressure." But the point is really like when you play funky positions, and Bobby's had a lot of them, dude. Like that one he had against Sindarov, that was hard, man. The position he had against Naka was hard. He's gonna do some tanking, and he's especially gonna be looking for all kinds of ways for Black to try to hold the position in some tricky way. So, for example, a chump like me might just blitz out h4, but Naka, Fabi is going to be looking deeply about like, well, what exactly is Black going to do on the move h4? So let's put it on the board. And one nice thing is it puts Bishop h6 on rejection mode because we can nail him with this. And Bishop h6 might be some kind of issue on that kind of business, right? So the e3 point is a little soft right now. Maybe queen b6. And actually, let me point something out. So Fabi could take on e4 right now. Totally plausible to take on e4 right now. If h4 queen e7, then, excuse me, queen e7, we don't want to take on e4 immediately because we don't want the queen to come into our face. But on queen b6, it would make a lot more sense now to play takes, right? Another thing we need to be a little worried about is at some point, can Black organize a d4 move? So, for example, h4, knight d2, rook d2, d4. Is that a legal thing to do? Um, and there's big questions here. I might be able to play bishop c4, for example. I might be able to do that. I'll stress the I don't know about that part of the equation. Maybe queen e7 still. And then what am I do? Maybe game goes on still. Boom, look at that. These are the kinds of things you might be thinking about here. And another question is like, okay, if h4 definitely seems like the right move, and bishop e4 seems plausible, but are there other ideas even that White has maybe in the position? I don't see them, but Fabi's looking for other ideas. You can always think about c4, but c4 is anti-intuitive because you're opening up this cockroach. This cockroach to b2. We can't see your moves. Time to take the keys away from Jesse. Wait a second, how come no lo puedo see my moves? Oh, that's terrible. Let's see. Hold on. If I just make a move here, rook e8, h4. Uh, nope. Oh, this is garbage. If I refresh, rook e8. Now if I go h4, does it work? Nope. Things don't work. I don't know if this is my fault or the chess.com classroom thing. The chess.com classroom for years has been a sad, sad thing. We blame Kostya. Now, Beginner 2002 has a very valid point, is that on 14 bishop d3, Black has an opportunity to take on d2 immediately. And so one of the interesting questions for Fabi right now is, did he blow it? And strategically, the way I would put it is you could think about this game as say, look, the bishop on c8 is now poor. and it's harming the ability of the rook on a8 to get out because it doesn't, the c8 bishop has no natural square to get out. So for that reason, I'd like to trade all of the minors that are not. Um, you know what I did? Let me just see if I did what I did. Okay. First of all, you do need to take the keys away from me because I was on the wrong board. I was on the I was on the wrong board making moves. All right, I'm gonna fix it now. Bishop takes e4. Let's see if that's fixed. All right, I got the right board, my friend. Okay, I do like my explanation though. So I'm going to say it again. Since the bishop on c8 is poor, from a strategic standpoint, we want to trade all of the minor pieces that are not the bishop on c8. In the same way you want to trade pieces when you're ahead, you want to trade pieces when you got somebody terrible like the bishop on c8. You want to trade everything that's not that guy. And that makes sense to me from this decision. Now, I don't know which way black should take. DE wins a tempo, but it's a weak pawn. And then the e3 knight becomes an amazing blockader. And it's for that reason that rook takes e4 seems to me the natural move for black. Rook takes e4 played. I'm a genius today. And now Fabi goes for it with h4. Beautiful. Someone saying Hikaru's got chances. Don't tell me that unless. No, I'm gonna say he does not have chances. We'll go back to that in a second, but just knight c6 in the current position from dude. Well, I don't think so. All right, h4. My eval of this game. I had said 0.6, and I guess I'll stay there, but I think it's a very pleasant 0.6. Because what does black do now? Very hard to develop the bishop on c8 and the rook on a8. Can't play d4 because the rook on e4. I guess you could consider the wild rook a4, a3, and then d4. Yeah, maybe. But I don't believe it at all. One of the problems there is you're opening up my own d rook when you do it, and your bishop on c8 is still not in the game. So yeah, if I'm Bluebaum here, I think I'm tanking for quite some time. Really hard to see what to do. How you doing, Kostya?
Hello, hello. We are back.
So you're not drinking, you don't have any delicious drink because you don't drink caffeine anymore? Is that it?
I don't drink caffeine in the morning,
Oh, that makes
like
sense.
before breakfast. So I'm just on the water
Oh
and the
man.
game.
So Kostya, let me give a recap of some just thoughts and you tell me if they make sense to you. So last couple moves since you left, we have bishop d3. And also, I'll just say I think Naka's toast, but we'll come to the toast in a second. We'll see how burnt it is. Um, Bishop d3, Bluebound played rook e8 after 20 minutes of thought. And there's a strong argument to say maybe he should have taken the bishop while he had a chance. Because what's happened now is after rook e8, snip and snop, the problem I'm seeing in h4 is that the bishop on c8 is garbage. And because the bishop on c8 is terrible, it's poisoning the rook on a8. So it's keeping two full participants out of the whole struggle. Meanwhile, white has g5 thoughts, h5 thoughts, just general improving thoughts. So I think it's looking terrible for Mr. Bluebaum here.
Wow. So the bishop e4, you saw this coming or surprising?
No, we were talking about it. It took me a little while to come around to it, but the way I framed it for myself was that it, by we when you have a bad piece like bishop on c8, you want to trade off all the other minors, right? So it'll accentuate the problems of it's like trading when you're ahead, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So for temporarily, we could say white's up a piece and a rook, right? So we might as well trade off some more pieces. So that's why
Interesting.
bishop e4 makes some good sense. And I was thinking that DE wouldn't make sense for black because then the knight on e3 is a good blockader, the d pawn, all that stuff, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, so this is main line here. Take h4.
Hmm.
Thank you, David. Actually, I was wondering if there are many of yours that are did not were not watching us before. This is your first time watching dojo coverage. Not today specifically, but like this candidate since the candidates have started. Do we have any newcomers that have stuck around, or is it all regulars and insiders and long timers? I feel like we've gotten some new faces in the crowd.
Oh yeah, dude. I don't know if you're following Reddit, but they've been mentioning this on Reddit. Once that happens, once you get a Reddit mention, you're gonna get some people coming over to check you
Have
out.
we? Did we get a Reddit mention?
We got a couple. You know, people are talking about where to watch the stream. A lot of people saying Dojo. They're right. We're the
I
place to watch them.
I feel like it's become a thing that when someone blunders, people check our stream to see if we caught it or not, or if we were distracted, and then they gauge how long it took us to spot the blunder as like how bad of a blunder it is. So if someone blunders and like we catch it immediately, like that's really bad for them. But
Yeah.
like, because there have been cases where someone blundered and we don't know the eval, so we don't know. So we're just position hasn't really changed for us, and then it's like 5 minutes, and then we realize like, oh, that was a bad move. So yeah, I think the Reddit loves to check in on how we're doing.
So you want to look at the Naka game for a second? Is that what you want?
Um, yeah, let's check in just because he was low on time there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to negative. I'll go -2. -2 for that game.
So Rook D1, and then it looks like Sindarov has just made a move.
Yeah, I thought knight 8 BC6 was El Natural, but knight F5 also makes sense, especially given what we were talking about
Wait, but
with.
Naka went Rook D1, so he stops the Knight C6 because of the back rank thing.
Okay, yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and show that. Boom, boom, boom.
So Knight F5, okay. Yeah, we in our line a while ago we had Rook FD1, Knight F5.
Right.
Because if not Rook FD1, I was saying Rook FE1, then Knight C6, and then that one looked totally fine for black. So
And one
this
of
is
the reasons,
logical.
just intuitively, that we were playing the F rook is because someday I'll play queen takes A2, and also someday I might want the option of A3. But
Right.
in any case, here we are. And did they play knight F5 already?
Yeah, Knight F5, EF on the board.
Knight
So they've
F5.
traded.
Okay.
And what's the time? Naka, less than 20 minutes.
Yep.
It's move 18.
Yeah. So
That
less
would
than
be
90
bad
minutes.
with 30-second increment. Like with 30-second increment, that's already like, ooh, 20 moves, 20 minutes.
And the bummer here, I'll just put it like because black has those beautiful pawns in front of his king, it's going to be really hard to create anything on the king side. The rook on e8 is a developed piece. At some point soon, I'm going to play bishop e6. I can play queen a2 whenever I want. Queen a3 might be a nice move at some point. And so all of my pieces are coming to the party. If you want to win b7, just be my guest. Take the pawn. I don't care.
Oh,
The
brother.
white king, incredibly weak. So the pawn on h4, incredibly weak. So it's just, yeah, it's all the way going.
It's three pawns.
Yeah. It's funny though, right? Like if if Naka were down a full piece for nothing, we would definitely be like, okay, it's over. But somehow, right, with pawns, you're like, well, maybe there's still a chance.
Yeah, it does feel like there's a chance, but it does not look good at all, I gotta say. Um,
It's not even clear at this point what the compensation is, right? Like the knight on b4 is fine and go to c6 someday. Your king's on our black king's position is better. We were talking about how Fabi won and what was it, like 18 moves against Wei Yi. It's essentially done here. I don't think that he's going to resign, but it's resignable here. This is resignable.
dang. So what do we think? It was H4 then? That was like the
Yeah, I
problem?
think H4 was a limit, man.
Wow.
67 minutes.
That was the 67-minute thing. Oh,
Yeah.
F. Dude, that's gonna be an F from me the whole tournament.
And Blue
This
Mountain's almost down to a minute to move two here.
this reminds me. Do you remember in like the one of the Nepo candidates? There was one point where Nepo's leading, and then Richie Rapport plays into like a drawn variation against him in the Petrov. But then instead of going for the draw, he like plays for the win, but loses. And the line is like known to be like not that great. And Nepo knew it. He was like up an hour on the clock, and then he wins that game. And I think the whole tournament was upset with Richie because the whole tournament also knew this variation. Like they all knew this line, and it's like not good for white. Richie is the only one who somehow didn't know you're not supposed to go there. And then he ends up losing, big game to Nepo. Nepo takes huge lead, and rest is history. Faruja gets him kind
I
of a
thought you were going to
point
say
as
rest
well.
his soul.
Ouch.
Uh, yeah, well, me and Eugene were doing commentary that game. Yeah.
You remember that? Okay, and and yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, we all wanted Naka to go for it, but we didn't want him to lose though. We still don't want him to lose.
I think too. I mean, ultimately, it wasn't the opening's fault. Like he, I think an informed Naka is going to play 94. I don't think this H4 garb. I don't know what he was thinking with 90 H4, but it didn't make any sense. It didn't make sense to us either. H4 didn't make no sense to either of us.
Well, it was maybe even my first candidate move, but as we started analyzing, I think we grew around to we realized like 94 is just more useful.
Right, right, exactly. It was like a comparison thing. You're like, well,
Yeah.
comparing H4 to 94, and it's like, well, 94 clearly the thing that needs to happen.
Well, he must have just overthought it. He saw some line he didn't like in 94, and then he
Mhm.
didn't dislike H4 as much, so he ends up playing H4. Um, but yeah, no, I think on a different day, he plays 94 in like 10 minutes, right? Rather than an hour on H4.
Mhm. So, right, this Queen F4 move was played. It doesn't really threaten anything. If Black is just playing blitz chess here, Bishop E6 would be the move. I'm sure he can do other things. A pawn to H6 for Black, pretty good choice. Yeah,
Well, it's still
yeah.
going to
White
be
does
on
it's.
Sindarov too. I mean, I feel like this is still a very difficult position to.
Wait, no, but let me just push back. Kosi,
Yeah.
let's just say I give you even two tempi here as white. Two full tempi. What do you got? I don't think you got anything.
Well, let's bar it normally without the extra tempi. So,
Okay.
what do you do?
I'm just gonna play, let's I like h6. I like bishop e6.
Hmm.
I'll tell you what, I'll play bishop e. Well, let's see. Oh,
But here's the thing: if you're so confident about Black's position, you can't lose any analysis, right? Like, so no takebacks.
no takebacks. No takebacks.
I mean, you can take back, but then it means that it's like not that easy.
Hmm. All right, so the first point to say is white doesn't isn't threatening anything. However, what we should say is, are you on the analysis board now, or which one are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm on the analysis.
So one variation I'll show is if the natural bishop e6, white's intention could be bishop b7, and if rook a d8, there's bishop c7, and that's truly a little uncomfortable for us, right?
Yep.
Okay, so even though white doesn't have a threat now, at least we're preventing bishop e6.
Yeah.
Now, maybe you could tell yourself a story that if black plays h6, um, king h2, rook g1, you could dream about it, I guess. I could dream about you if I can't have you tonight. All right, Kosi, I'm going to play knight c6 because I'm a normal person.
Okay. Oh, Sindarov taking off the jacket.
It is time to end your life. I take off jacket.
Sindarov, jacket off. Okay. Um, let's try. Yeah, I just do feel like this is still. I feel like there's still room for error here for Black, for sure.
Okay.
Okay, but how
I'm not
tell?
allowed to do any takebacks.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So I'll try to come up with a trick here. Try to come up with sneaky trick.
I got a hell of a night there, bud. You might want to you might want to take it and try to play a three pawn down opposite color thing.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I'll try takes and bishop c7.
Okay. Now, I got. He's not going to tell me what he's doing. He's not going to tell me. So let me just say candidate moves. Queen a2 looks good. Queen c3 looks good. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. All right, I have no idea what Kostas doing. I'm gonna play Queen C3 because Mama said bring your queen in. I don't know.
Yeah, that looks good. Let's see. I have something. Maybe.
I don't know, Buff.
Okay, bishop e5.
You were just there. Okay. C5, Queen H3.
H. Queen g5. Oh no, you tried. Never mind. Um.
That might still be your best move.
Oh no, I can't do that. I go f3.
Right, F6.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, let's go back. Let me try to improve. So knight c6.
And while we're just waiting on him, I think Black can do other thing. I honestly believe that Black could pass. Black could pass, and he's
Mm-hmm.
still much better. However, we're to look first at knight c6.
Okay, let me try king h2.
Okay, king h2 makes sense to me. So if I'm
So knight
Black,
d4, I'm probably taking.
maybe also like I'm worried about like h5 and if h6, rook g1, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
king.
Francis, that's exactly plan. King h2, and then I'll take on d4 and go rook g1 as
Mhm.
just as a try. Because yeah, I mean, I agree with Jesse. I think objectively, it probably is losing with the best play, but if I can at least make it complicated for Black, there's the stress, the pressure of the moment. Of course, Sindarov, I think, so far has shown zero issues with his nerves or anything like that. So I don't think he's really. I think he's more likely to win at this
All
point.
right, so knight d4,
Okay, I take
recapture.
rook g1.
All right, let's think about this. So there might be a threat. Okay, now I think we could say there's a threat for a draw with rook g7.
Absolutely.
So I guess I'm gonna
Dude,
play.
if Naka draws this game, everyone's shaking his hand. It's like, all right, good job.
All
Well
right,
done.
rook e6.
Okay. Okay, h5.
So rook takes d6.
Okay.
Queen takes. Bishop e6. Now, that's something I missed. We're gonna find out. Oh, that would be very embarrassing if I missed that.
Yeah, I think White's playing now.
Did I miss? Did you miss it, buddy? Oh shit, I might have missed that one. Uh-oh, that's very embarrassing if I missed it. Uh, Still though, your position's so bad. I can play f6.
It's, I feel like. Yeah, I take.
I'm gonna admit to missing queen d4. Queen c7 check. King h1. Queen f7.
see, queen. Oh, looks like Syndarov's reaching. Rook g7, nice idea, but I think doesn't quite work.
Yeah, I can just tuck myself onto the dark squares. Knight c6, I'm a GM today, and he screwed it in a little bit.
Knight c6 played. I mean, I feel like White got way more here than deserved.
It was good, but I missed queen d4, but it was a
Yeah.
good illustration of the fact that you were trying to make. Now, here's a good question. What will he do?
Oh, he played
King
king
h1.
h1.
And by the way,
Oh,
king h1 does look like an improvement because I
yeah.
was getting little checks on c7 eventually.
Yeah, exactly. So, wow, Naka is ahead of us here.
Okay.
King h1. Yeah, of course, king h1. I don't know why intuitively I played king h2.
Because well,
Or,
because you were like my unopposed bishop is on the dark square, so let's put it over there. It
yeah.
there was a human reason to do it.
Yeah, makes
So
sense.
okay. Now what do we got here? We have the basic bishop e6. We have knight d4. But it is true that dude has rook g1 followed by h5, h6. Or even queen h6. And also very important to note that the second I play rook g1, I am threatening a perpetual with rook takes g7. Actually, it's a mate threat because, if you're not careful, it's actually a mate threat.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try to better defend the black honor here. Um, all right, I got a simple idea. All right, this is maybe what I would do in a real game, maybe. How about queen c3? Just because mama said that you got to bring your lady back to protect your king.
Mm-hmm.
And now, if you let me play knight d4, rook takes, queen takes is a better version.
Right. See, if we played king h2, we'd have bishop takes c6 and bishop e5.
But I think here on queen c3, one piece of good news, Kostya, is you could play rook g1, and I can't immediately at least do knight d4 because of the famous rook takes g7 check.
Oh, that's true.
And I actually lose this one.
Yeah, it's nice.
Okay, so rook g1 makes sense. And it's funny, like queen f6 is a natural move, but part of me doesn't want to do it because I was on c3, I'm looking at the bishop on f3, I'm looking at the h3 square. So I'm going to play h6 there, Kostya.
Okay. Maybe rook g3.
That makes a lot of sense to me. All right, now I'll go queen f6. I guess you just play rook dg1 and say what?
Mm-hmm.
That's not very nice. Now, how big of a threat is it for you to do that to me?
But there, I gotta feel like White's got chances if we're able to take on
Yeah,
g7. We take on
yeah,
c5.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's put ourselves back on King H1 for the perspective of trying to put ourselves in Sindarov's shoes. And one thing we'll say about Naka, dude, is one thing he's been doing since he was a kid is he likes to go down into that time pressure for himself and it does a psychological number on you, right? Because you realize that he's down in time. And so you start maybe making a couple moves kind of quick, and then all of a sudden the guy starts cheapo machining you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean it's also like, yeah, he tries to kind of pull you in a little bit
Mm-hmm.
into the depths so that, yeah, get into some kind of dogfight. And yeah, Naka's super super fast, so he kind of wants the opponents to start dancing with him, right?
Dance with me, son. Dance with me.
Yeah. Um, no, these blitz guys, they're so tricky because they'll like, especially when they're trying to win like a drawn end game. Sometimes especially in blitz, they'll take it to a losing position for themselves just so the opponent starts playing for the win, and then they can try to mix it up. So they really like, yeah, go hard on the provocation. Um, I
So
wish
this
he
is
had this position though, but with like more time, because then it would like maybe be
no, but this is what I'm saying. Naka thrives on this crud where he doesn't have that much time.
fair enough.
He loves this. I'm not even sure. One of the things about Naka's talent that's so weird is there's he's arguably not a good long thinker. In fact, we see it in this game, dude.
Mm.
You see in this game, if he had just been playing actually in one of his blitz streams, he would have played 94, right? We know that he would just play 94 and be like, well, that's the move. Then he overthinks it, and then, the milk goes mad. But you look at the way calculates so fast and stuff, it's not clear that time actually is helpful for him.
Yeah, it's wild.
All right, oh, no, Sindarov thought about it for a second. Sindarov maybe could, this is the kind of thing where Naka's good at pulling someone in with, like you said, nervous tension.
Mm-hmm.
Sindarov seems to be in control,
Yeah,
but
no, he's every reason to be confident here, but it might have been something where at first he thinks it's like nothing for white, like he's just up 3 pawns, but then okay, it's like a cheapo here and there, has to be careful, and then it's like, okay, now actually maybe I need to find like really precise way, and you keep spending time. Oh, he's moving though. He's hovering on the
it
knight.
looked like my initial knight d4 intuition is where he's going.
So he's saying, I don't believe you. Knight d4, is white compelled to take there? I feel like.
Well, that's an interesting question because you took immediately and you pre-moved it.
Mhm.
Maybe you don't have to. Maybe you could play rook g1
Right.
because
So
we found out there's no queen c3 because of rook g7. But the question would be knight d4, rook g1, knight takes f3. But even there on that knight takes f3 stuff, I play queen takes f3, rook g1 immediately.
immediately.
Yeah, he ain't playing. We can take that knight later. Oh, fascinating. Oh, dude, if Naka won this game, oh shit. We should mention knight e6 is not the dumbest thing anyone's ever seen, so that's also a move. It is a reason for Kostya maybe to intuitively have taken even immediately on d4.
Yeah, I just I like the bishop on f3 almost more than the rook on d1 in a way. Um, but
Mhm. Yeah, bishop on f3. Yeah,
at
he
this
was
point,
a
I trust Hikaru. It actually feels like he's very much in the game.
This is fun, dude. I mean, maybe. Maybe. All right, let's think about Black's options here. We got knight e6, queen c3 we've ruled out. We've got knight f3. Rook e6 is a very natural move. Um, those
Knight
are that's kind of it
e6.
already, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because so right now, Rook G7 is mate threat, basically.
Yeah,
So
actually, mate.
like has to do something. Knight E6, I don't see the response though to like just Queen takes F5.
Okay, but you're not threatening anything directly anymore. Maybe Bishop D5 could be your next move after that.
Yeah, I feel like it's coming. There's H5, Bishop D5. Like there's lots of building moves for white.
Hmm.
And if like so, I guess the idea is like if you're knight's on E6, I'm saying you can't move because of Rook takes G7, and then if you can't develop, then white should have time.
I want to report that Naka is looking to me kind of locked in. Sinderov's looking a little nervous.
Naka update. He's locked in.
He's locked in.
His jacket is off too. I feel like he was just wearing his jacket. Both jackets off. Maybe they'll just start throwing blows at each other. um, G6 also possible, but as a human, it's always very difficult to play that move against the unopposed bishop. But G6 is legal.
Well, let me try it out, Kosti. Let's try out G6. Maybe not so dumb.
Rook
So
D4.
now
Let's see.
we're going to say Queen C3. The idea of G6 is just so that I can play Queen C3 next. Shout out to whoever said G6. I think that's the move, honestly.
Well,
Or as the kids say, no cap. Shouldn't have said it. I had to, though. I had to. Yeah, G6. I'm sure black is winning other moves, but G6 really is starting to appeal to me just to make my life easy.
sure. Um, let's start with H5.
Okay. Now, all right, first question, Queen C3.
3. I'll just try Rook. Wait, there's Rook E1 check. I was wondering maybe. Okay, I kind of wanted to take on the last move, and
Okay.
maybe just recapture.
Okay. That's bold. All right. So, we're ways away from a threat. But once that threat appears, it's kind of hard. So a good sample line could be bishop d7, h5, bishop c6, takes, h6, and then it looks bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so we won't do that. So rook d4, c d4, queen d4. Interesting position. Yeah, I guess it's obvious, but I have no dark square, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I need a way to mess with the white queen. Well, let's do it. Let's play rook d8.
C5.
d5. Okay. Uh, he's reaching. Oh
Oh
shit,
man.
I'm a GM today. Oh
Oh.
shit. Dang.
G6 and Naka, he's like ready. He's ready with his move. Or he looked ready.
He looked ready. I don't know.
He
Here he
did.
comes.
He's pumped twice now. He's pumped twice. He
I
almost did
like
a
the
third
rook hits
pump.
d4, by the way. I think that's the best chance.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that so I can say that I'm a GM today if he takes it.
Oh,
Oh,
I feel like I'm gonna.
oh, Cinderoff's just, oh, he's not going to go away, but he's,
Oh,
well,
he
he is
doesn't.
going to go away.
Wow, he doesn't believe the pump fakes. He's like, I don't believe you.
Naka
Was Naka
twits him a
doing the
little bit.
classic, where you reach and then you hover and then you pull back because you weren't actually ready? You just wanted to make it think like, your opponent feel like you were ready, but actually, he might tank. I'm already down 3 pawns, Naka. What's another exchange? How much could it cost? $10?
I liked your move, man. Rook takes d4.
I think he's bishop d5.
Bishop d5. Okay, so no, I liked your move better, but let's go look at bishop d5. Now, one big reason, well, actually, okay, so let's say one point of bishop d5 is that if queen c3 now, then I have rook g3.
Mm-hmm. I
Okay,
guess my first question would be bishop e6.
okay, bishop e6, yeah.
There was knight e2. Maybe we should just check knight e2. I'm sure he's got something nasty here, but we should look at it. Like there's some maybe rook e1, but black also gets a move after that.
But wait, Jose, I don't get it. Queen h, so the idea is queen h6, bishop e6?
No, I think the idea was just knight e2 fork and what's white's plan. But yeah, queen
Oh,
h6, knight g1, bishop f7, yeah?
something like that. Yeah, I'm starting to get terrified.
And um, it's an attack. King f6. You could take on g1 with the rook. Maybe there's something else. So knight e2, yeah, for sure. Naka has something in mind. But yeah, yeah, I would look at bishop e6 on the previous move, of course.
So, okay, bishop e6. Maybe. I don't know. I don't get it. I think you're 92, maybe. But right, bishop e6, what could our is the intention like rook d4, c d4, and then something? Something sad like bishop b7, but doesn't really make sense.
Mm-hmm. B6. Yeah, what does he want?
Hmm. Now, one of the things I know about Naka is a lot of times when he's setting up a dirty trick, what he'll do is he'll pretend like the game is over and he's blundered. And that's the way he suckers you in. And I think Sindarov is playing too quickly. He's reaching for the bishop and he's
Yeah.
going to play bishop e6, which honestly I think it's the right move. But he's got 52 minutes.
Oh, and Naka's pen tricking him right now. You seeing this?
He's been tricky.
Like he's holding his pen, like he's like, come on, just make the move already. Like I know
Uh-huh.
the move you want to make, and I only do that when I feel like my opponent's about to blunder or they have an obvious move that's like a mistake, and I hold the pen. It's a very
Uh-huh.
very powerful psychological trick because they see it in the corner of their eye, like you're expecting them to make a move, And it's like, why aren't you moving? So Sindarov doesn't take the bait. He does move, or he takes the bait. But
Well,
it doesn't seem clear that Naka was like happy about it.
yeah, I didn't. I like your rook d4 much better than this bishop d5, Kostya. Yeah, a lot better. I don't.
He's
This is a
taken.
no comprende over
He's
here.
taken on b7.
So
So this
now
I didn't understand.
I don't understand you. So now notice that your knight e2 is still a thing, but also just like if rook a d8, I don't really need to worry about bishop c7 because then I have. Oh, interesting. Maybe I'll do what they should do. I was thinking rook a d8, bishop c7, queen b4, but then white actually has rook b1.
Mm-hmm.
Even, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Even there, it's not over because I can go queen c3, threatening.
Oh, queen c3. I thought takes and maybe this.
That also looks winning.
Yeah. c3. Well, so bishop e7 I was also going to say, like, I thought black could play bishop c4 right here and just give the rook for the light scored bishop.
Well, honestly, Kosi, it's looking like everything's winning. Like bishop c4 looks winning, rook a d8 looks winning, knight e2 looks winning.
Well, that's not fun.
Can we look at the blue bound for a second? Here, I'll
Yeah.
switch games for a second. So, C4 played by Fabi after a 27
Oh, so
27-minute think, and he's
h4.
still up on time.
Yeah, so Blue Bomb was also tanking on some of his last couple moves. Rook e8 and bishop e5. So c4 now. Wow. Wow. That's the pawn we're not supposed to push, though.
Right, but the general argument, knight e2 played in the Sindarov game with a little bit of a push, a little squeeze. Oh, goodbye. I believe in Fabi's position a lot, even if this c4 is kind of complicated. Again, the bishop on c8's toast. Queen b6 was played. I'm anticipating c3 here.
Right. That makes
And if
sense.
black found a way to unravel the bishop on c8, I think he'd be fine. But until he does that, then I'm not seeing it. c3 played instantly.
Yeah, he just got back to the board and plays c3.
No, Naka, what have you done to my life? Oh, he's doing
Wait,
the prince. He's
can we
doing the
look at
win.
this 92 thing?
Okay.
Like, is this, what's going on?
Um, no. I mean, what's complicated about it, Kostya?
Um, I mean, why he did this? I thought 10 minutes ago he's like Naka is his position and blitz. He could win this, and then what happened?
He
What
didn't he
happened
didn't
last
play
couple
your
moves?
move. Rook takes d4. He playing like he's going after pawns now.
Why not? why, did, why didn't he play Rook D4?
That knight did a nice dance. He went that was the chump knight too. It went from a6 to b4 to c6 to d4 to e2.
Damn.
Yeah. I got to make an announcement. We are doing these cool classes, and today we're covering the book Logical Chess Move by Move by Irving Chernev. It's really great for players who are just, let's say, around about 1200chess.com, kind of like a first book of strategy. It's been a cool class. Anyways, that starts at noon for me, so I got to start my meander out of here.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, super cool class. Fun people. He said some funny things, Kostya. My favorite being so far, and this definitely applies to this tournament. He says, chess is the only sport where you can hit a man when he's down. So I gotta,
Hmm.
it's true. Spank a man.
It's funny.
Spank a man. It's gone. Yeah. All right. So my predictions are pretty plainly here that Fabi is winning. But I'll just say he's got a very nice position. He's going to win, and then also that Sindarov is going to win, and that will leave us with the same ultimate standing of Fabi being a point behind Sindarov, but it really creates distance with the rest of the field. Really big distance. All
Yeah.
right, Kostya, I gotta go, bud. That was great. I am not going to be here tomorrow. On Sunday, Kostya, maybe I'll be able to catch the tail end, but tomorrow's the one day I'm going to definitely miss.
Okay. Yeah, no
All right,
worries.
ciao,
All right.
everybody.
See ya. All right, folks, just a sec. We'll get back to our one person layout. And yeah, big developments today in the candidates. Big developments. Let's go to, oh, wow. We got a lot of captures. What happened? Knight e2, queen d2. You guys, you guys seeing this? Takes, g1, takes, king g1. Okay. So Hikaru has managed to somehow get himself into opposite color bishop endgame. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Is this so horrible? I mean, there's 4 versus 2, but it's like double pawn, so it's not easy to create a passer there without trading a lot. Baruch d8, bishop f4. Hold on, it's still concrete. It's still very concrete. So this rig d8, this might cinch it though, because bishop c4, bishop c5. I mean, I think this is very drawish actually, like all of a sudden. But rig d8, he's winning another pawn here. Bishop c4. So he's gonna have the outside a pawn. He's gonna take, white takes, and then he can advance his pawn already to a4. And then that's gonna be a question: is that a winning endgame for black? It's not so obvious right off the bat. So expecting a5 here. Wait, what's happening? Okay, Naka thinking. Naka thinking. I mean, it's 3 pawns up for black, but officially 3 pawns up. But technically, it's kind of like 2 pawns up. The problem is, even if you go f4, and then black plays h6, f6, g5, you can't really trade everything. Then black does get 3 pass pawns. But maybe white plays f4 and leaves the king on g3. I do think it's probably losing. Because, okay, you already have the outside passer. That's one weakness. And then black gets this plan. That's the second weakness. King g6, king h5. Probably losing. So let me put my eval here. Yeah, just who's at -2 already. I'll go down -3. Yeah, this one's probably losing. I mean, Naka has 9 minutes here to make 10 moves. He'll definitely make the time control, but not looking good for him. Not looking good. People keep saying 4.5 out of 5. I keep seeing 4.5 out of 5 in the chat. I'm like, what is this 4.5 out of 5? What does this number represent? Now I realize that's going to be Sindarov's score if he wins this game. And that's crazy. That's crazy. You're not supposed to have 4.5 out of 5 points in the candidates. That's not supposed to be a score you get. generally. It's just like not a thing that happens. And now he's Gukeshing this year, and it's not even, the first half's not even ready. First half's not even done. Well, you guys, let's watch it with the spoilers, please. Let's watch with the spoilers. Yeah, he can draw the rest of the way. It already might be enough. So f4, f6, Sindarov playing very quickly, indicating that he's very confident. And yeah, judging by the video, yeah, not much is dissuading him. Lasker, I was hoping for some kind of ideas because black does have the wrong color rook pawn for the bishop. So if white could somehow magically trade everything off on the king side and give up his bishop for the privilege to do so, then his king would be close enough and that would be a draw. And there are a lot of endgames. So if black was only up one pawn, this would actually be, like on the king side, I mean, and one pawn on the queen side, this would be a dead draw because white could just leave his king on a1, give his bishop up for black's last pawn on the king side, easy draw. But because black is 2 pawns up, white's just not able to get this in. So these ideas are not possible. Well, we'll see if Fabi, can manage today. Of course, Fabi's game still very much up in the air, and we'll jump to that one as soon as like this one just kind of. I just wanted this one to clarify a bit because they're going into the move 40, and Naka might resign by then. He might resign after move 40, or maybe there might be some tricks in this endgame that we haven't discovered yet. But the issue is the king is running for the queen side. White has to stop that. And then at a certain point, black is going to start advancing on the king side and just threatening to take and create passed pawns. So bishop f8 from Naka, he's looking to slow back black down. Okay, I think reasonable try as any. Black has a lot of moves. He can pull his bishop back. He can advance a4. He can repeat the position with king f7 if he wants to. We'll see what Sindarov decides. a4 play. And king e3. Naka still has to make that time control. King f7 drops back. Bishop doesn't really want to go to h6, then a3. And yeah, the king will have to stop the pawn. And now white's bishop is kind of stuck. Maybe even some potential zugzwangs here. Not sure. Maybe he should try bishop h6. Like, I'm sure black has a way to win here. Some g5. Probably g5, and then however white takes, you go king g6, and then this is running, and your bishop is stuck. Okay, still bishop f8 here, but then takes, and yeah, this is too many pawns. Too many pawns. So this seems to be fairly straightforward. Bishop f8 here, we push, we take, and then we take. And too many pawns. Okay, bishop went back, h6. King f2. Naka looks to meet g5 with king to g3. You have to do this. If g5 if you don't have a move there, then black is just making too many passed pawns. So king f2. g5, king g3, he's ready to play. But now maybe king g6, king h5, black can just kind of force the trades. That's the thing. White doesn't want to take on g5, and black doesn't want to take either of these pawns. If you take that, that could like be an instant draw, like one mistake like this. But I think king comes to h5, and now threatening to take this one, which probably we can't afford. You know, bishop g4, and bishop comes in, bishop f1. And not looking good. G5, king G3. Yeah, this is looking like a fairly simple plan. I think Sindarov is just taking his time. Bishop D5, why not? Why not? White is in no rush. I mean, black is in no rush here. Taking his time, making sure, putting the pieces on the right squares. Bishop D5, just good technique. Get out of the A pawn, so now if white's bishop ever moves, it's like black is already running the pawn to A2. And then he still has this king G6, king H5 idea. So bishop A3, Naka holds the fort. But will it be enough? Bishop E4. Bishop C1. Now I'm expecting king to come this way. Takes on H4. Wow. Okay. I think he's calculated that king takes H4 and that's it. Naka's resign. King is just walking in. It's over. They're discussing the game. He was saying he just showed something. I think knight e4, rook e8. Naka very unhappy, very disgusted with himself. And Sindarov is dominating the tournament. 4.5 out of 5. Holy moly. What a beast. What a beast. Yeah, bad news for Naka. I mean, it was, I don't think it was a bad opening. I think just for whatever reason, H4, knight e4 moments. And Sindarov's now number 5 in the world. Guys, Sindarov's world champion. I don't know who needs to hear this, but Sindarov is world champion. Just give him the title. It's over. He's arrived. I don't know. We got another Noterbeck, and who knows how good this one is. Yes, no, Sindarov. I mean, Sindarov is becoming a goat. He's becoming a goat. We got to redo some podcasts. I mean, he's cooking. He's cooking. Cinderella story. Cinderella. How do we do this? Cinderella story. Cinderella story. Cinderella. Oh man. Okay, let's go to Fabi. If Fabi has a chance, he really needs this win now against Blue Bomb. So let's go to our eval. We were actually liking this for white earlier. But it's very complicated. It's very complicated. So c3, queen a5 on the board. Fabi spent a long time on this c4 decision, which is very sharp. Very, very sharp, because it opens up the... I mean, it's exactly like what white kind of doesn't want to do, but at the same time, he creates some potential play. Obviously attacking the pawn. And now queen b6, c3, queen a5. Going after a2. King b1 is the obvious move, but something is perturbing Fabi from making this move. I'm not sure what it is, because he spent some time here. So why Fabi thinking? What's he's thinking about? King b1. What other? a3 maybe, but a3 feels weakening. Why would you want that over king to b1? CD, CD, and then something. H5. He's looking at takes knight d5. Queen d5, bishop somewhere. This, I think, is working. This, I think, is working. So CD, if queen a2, then queen e4. You don't got nothing. You don't got nothing. Go home. So takes knight d5. Well, nice idea. Yeah, I mean, yeah, clearly this must be what Fabi's thinking about, because otherwise king b1 is very obvious there. So takes knight d5, and now what? Because rook is hanging. There's some f-file action. cd5, rook f4. And h5 played. Fabi makes a different move. h5. Wow. Yeah, a few of you guys were asking about h5. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Wow. h5 is a all-star move. He's just saying, I'm faster than you. Queen a2. Probably takes once. And then however black takes, I think he wants to swing over and start going for the attack. Or maybe just take twice, actually. And just start attacking. Because the counterplay here is not really real counterplay. It's just one check, maybe two checks. King goes back to b1, and then you're completely opened up. So that's really, really nice, actually. Very, very high quality move here from Fabi. Just giving the pawn. Just looking to open things up. Maybe he found a weakness in Blue Bomb's armor, you know? Opposite sides castling positions. Fabi, of course, generally very good in these situations. Very sharp, very concrete. Blue Bomb might be sweeping his tears later. Oh no. Look, it's not his fault, okay? He's standing in the way right now. It's not his fault. He's not a bad person for being on the other side of this board. But he's in the way. He's in the way. And Fabi needs to get him out of the way. It's just how it goes. Now, what can black do? Like, you don't want to allow white to open everything up, but if you take and you open the g file, you're also getting pummeled here. Check, and queen g2 is coming. Maybe Hikaru can swindle a draw, so Fabi can be within striking distance of Sundar. Okay, someone's watching on delay. Someone's watching on delay. Oh, poor guy. All right, we'll see you in the future, buddy. Why is h5 better than CD? I don't know what the issue was with CD. I mean, that was looking interesting as well. But h5, I mean, it's a lovely move because it just looks to open everything up. Boobom does go g5. Yeah, I think this is a very tempting decision. But now maybe, yeah, we do have this stuff, and now maybe it's even better version. Not sure. Bishop h6 looked pretty good in the other line. But CD, there's still rook f4. We didn't have a chance to look at before Fabi moved. Do we have any knight sack ideas like this? Some kind of pressure? What's going on here? I mean, this is piece sacrifice, but it looks very risky for black because you're just not developed, right? Like bishop hasn't come out yet. Rook c4, rook e1, yeah. Or rook take here. Wow, if he bangs out knight d5, bishop g5, you know, it's still very much going to be a candidate. If he wins this game, he's only a point behind Sindarov. He'll still get to face him in the second half. He still gets white against Sindarov. Just because Sindarov is the greatest player of all time doesn't mean that the candidates is over, guys, okay? It doesn't mean that players don't have chances. But it's kind of cool, you know, it's cool to say we were here, huh? Sindarov's rise to 2,900. We were here. Well, at first the gray blue bomb sweep was 14 out of 14 wins. Then after round 1, it became 14 out of 14 draws. Next, it might be just showing up to 14 games. That would be a great blue bomb sweep. Just showing up. The problem is that Team Gukesh, they can just already start preparing for Sindarov. They've already downloaded all his games. They downloaded all of Noterbek's games. That's it. They're preparing for the entire country of Uzbekistan at this point. So Gukesh has a little bit of a head start. A little bit of head start. Sweeps the attendance. Jose Raul Senderov. Bobby Sindarov. Yeah, keep it coming, guys. Like 3.5 out of 4 was already a sensation. Now he's 4.5 out of 5. I mean, guys, what do you want from him? He beat Naka, Fabi, and Prague in the tournament so far. Like the three, you know, three of the biggest favorites everyone else was calling. They should just have the match. Just fly Gukesh to Cyprus. Just have the match right now instead of the second half of Canada. Just have them play right now. Okay, hold on, guys. 15 minutes for Fabi. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this game nor this tournament is over. Is Fabi really considering the sack? I mean, CD looks like a much more natural move. But maybe he's looking at knight d5. Javakir Kasparov. Wow. 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 What a comparison. That's an interesting question. I wonder if Kramnik is still working with them because he was working with them in the last Olympiad, and Lately, it seems like Kramnik has been working with Noterbeck because like he was posting a lot about like Noterbeck should be in the candidates, Noterbeck this, Noterbeck that. So very possible that yeah, Kramnik has also been helping Sindarov with the prep here. Actually, I would think it's very possible. Not necessarily with the prep, but at least helping with like the team and preparation because they definitely have connection there to Big Vlad. How big a lead is this for Sindarov? It's a big lead. No, I mean tournament's not over, not by a long shot. But now, I mean, he is a big favorite, I would say. You know, before the tournament, it was like Fabi like 33%, Sindarov 16% or something like that. Now it's feels like Sindarov is. I mean, the way he's playing so far, seems like he's at least 50% to win the tournament. At least. What would you guys do? Put it at? I don't know. Meaning from here, he wins the tournament 1 out of every 2 times. But maybe it's about 50-50, and then other than Fabi, like people have chance. Maybe Anish still has a chance. What's going on in the other 2 games? I just want to check. So Anish Wei Yi, let's just quickly check in. This is drawn. This is just immediate draw. So still even for Anish there. And Prague Esipenko, so Prague is still in this. And he can absolutely win this. I mean, this is like a sharp game. What move are they on? 25. Move 20. So 15 moves to make. They're both under 20 minutes. Prague has the Pillsbury Knight. And yeah, this position is similar to the position Esipenko lost to Sindarov. So very double-edged here. King H1 played. Yeah, a lot, of course, depends on the results of this game. And Fabi now down to 11 minutes. If Fabi wins this one, then I think it's still very much very close. Okay, CD5. Close to 50-50. I mean, Sindarov winning, Sindarov not winning. I still feel like just the way, it's not just his score, it's also the way he's played. It doesn't feel like Sindarov has really gotten lucky with the play. Maybe he's gotten a little bit lucky with the prep. Like he managed to prepare something that others walked into. And, you know, a lot of times it's kind of an accident. Maybe he's gotten a little lucky with the prep, but definitely hasn't gotten lucky over the board. Like his game against Prague was great. His game against Fabi was very nice. His game against Naka was good. Okay, his game against Esipenko was first round, a little back and forth, but still. I feel like that one was within reason. Polymarket has Sindarov at 70% right now. Dang. So it is over 50%. Yeah, I mean. 70% though feels like, I don't know. Okay, if Blue Bomb saves this, then maybe it is 70%. No, Sindarov said that he had reviewed the line that he got against Fabi basically 10 minutes before the round. And so, yeah, that was kind of a random thing. CD5. Now Blue Bomb is thinking, yeah, because now on CD5, there's Knight takes D5, Queen D5, Bishop G5, and then the Queen is hit, but Rook D8 is actually a mate threat. It's basically game over. So CD5, maybe Rook F4 is needed. Queen somewhere. CD. Now is there some Knight C4 business? take would be the idea of playing for the dark squares, but take check here. Black has the two bishops, but it's like the bishop on c8 still isn't playing, and it hasn't been playing the whole game. It's like Fabi's entire concept playing against this bishop. It's still not out. So honestly, not the easiest position to judge. It's kind of tricky. Kind of tricky. Oh, Hikaru threw his seconds under the bus? Is that true? Because you didn't see this, they didn't prep this castles move from Sindarov, or what happened? Wait, rook f4 on the board? On the board, and queen e2 played. Pretty quickly. Well, if Jesse was here, I think he would say that was not an issue with the opening. That was Naka in a 67-minute think on h4, which probably wasn't correct. Wait, he said the castle was prepped, so he didn't even look at it. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. If it was prepped, then he would have looked at it. Or maybe, what did he say exactly? I'm just curious. I got the link. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The link came through. Okay, we listen. This is from Reddit.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this game, at least I can't be mad at myself. I'll tell you guys that much. That's the good news.
Why do you say that?
I mean, this is 100% on the people who are working for me. I had a file, it didn't have the move castles. And honestly, castles is such I mean, I guess it's technically a novelty, but it's such a human move. And as soon as Yavakir played it, I was like thinking to myself, like, what is this? I mean, just actually like actually kind of insane. I mean, maybe you can say that over the board I should have some way to figure it out, but I think it's insane. It's impossible without knowing what the correct line is. Like, I mean, I don't know what to say.
Dang. There's a little more to it, but okay, I think you guys got the gist. I don't know. I mean, I can't really speak to it because I'm not at the level. But yeah, honestly, I can understand the frustration. I mean, I don't know if it's, I don't know if you should be publicly chastising your seconds, given how, obviously it's going to get clipped and shared and everything. But he might have a point, with the prep. He might have a point, like that move should have been in the file. It was in Sindarov's file. Now, should he have maybe been able to figure it out anyway? I don't know. I mean, that's for a higher rated player to determine, like if we give that position to Fabi, does he figure out like how to play a knight e4, etc.? If we give it to Magnus, does he figure it out? I don't know. But probably what happened though, given what we just heard from Naka, probably what happened is that Sindarov plays this move castles. It's not a Naka's file. And that probably tilted him during the game. So that might be why he wasn't able to figure out how to play from there. So probably he was tilted like, oh, why isn't this move in the file? Why don't we look at this? It's such a natural move, etc., etc. And then you're spinning and spinning and spinning, and yeah, it is a bit cope. It is a bit cope, for sure. Yeah, even if maybe the point is correct about the prep, maybe it's not the nicest thing, but yeah, I don't know. On the other hand, guys, we always have such mixed feelings on Naka. It's like we're always defending him, attacking him, defending him. It's like it's going back and forth. On the other hand, it's nice that he's honest, right? It's nice that he's honest. Maybe he's not fully correct to put the blame totally on the seconds, but at least we hear what he's thinking. At least we hear his genuine thoughts, and that's good for the fans. So 94 there was best in that position, yeah. I mean, if 94 is good there, I mean, it was like, me and Jesse, we're not at Naka's level. We were analyzing, and we came around to 94, I think 10-15 minutes, we're like, yeah, probably 94 is the move. Now Jesse would say, you'd say grow up, Naka, like it's still on you to play the game. Of course, it's the player's choice, figure out what opening you're gonna play. But I would say that aside, you're trusting your seconds to play lines that are good with good prep. Yeah, I mean, it's always tough. It was in Sindarov's file, It was in Sindarov's file. Now, yeah, there's a difference between how, you could say it wasn't in the file, right? That's maybe a bit nicer way versus this game isn't my fault. Now, I mean, there is quite a famous example of a second losing a game for their player. I'm sure there's more than one, but I think most famous example, somewhat ironically, comes from the World Championship match between Kramnik and Leko, where Kramnik essentially played his prep. I think it was Peter Svidler was the one to blame for that one, famously. And this is all it's in the book, so this is well known, but they prepared some line against the Marshall, and this is 2004, so the engines are really not what they are today. And there was a hole in the prep. Leko figured it out over the board, and Kramnik essentially lost the game playing his preparation. He was up an hour on the clock with a losing position, basically, that game. And that was definitely, a failure of the second. And, what happened was basically Svidler, or maybe it was someone else also that checked the position, they just didn't run the engine long enough. They ran the engine for 5 minutes or something, and it showed one eval. But if you ran that engine for 20 minutes, it would have so it's actually quite a crazy, situation. Definitely a game worth looking up, because you rarely get that. Even in 2004, you rarely get a position that the engines get so badly wrong that they first think is winning, and then as they run longer, they realize it's losing for one side. Sometimes it's like, okay, they think it's winning, turns out it's not that clear, or they think it's a small advantage, turns out it's equal. They shift their perspective lightly. You rarely get the engines just completely overturning their case. But yeah, it just doesn't look good, huh? It just doesn't look nice to put the blame on the second, especially given that the position wasn't... It doesn't feel like 94 is such an unfindable move, right? I mean, I'm not we're not so in tune with the details, but what, you guys, I'm sure have already, some of you have probably checked with the engine already. weren't we pretty close with knight e4, queen a5, b4? Like what's going on there? Are those lines truly that impossible to figure out? Yeah, 94 was only move, but my question is what happens after that? Of course, he saw 94, right? Obviously, he calculated something and didn't like it and then decided on h4 for whatever reason. But maybe it was a bit of tell. It's like similar thing. Like the case with Magnus and Hans, right? It's like that game that Magnus lost at the Sinkfield Cup. Of course, Magnus has his reasons for why he thinks he lost that game. But if we assume that game was fair play, then what happened was that Magnus got very tilted because of suspicions and then played a very poor level game by his standards, right, against Hans. So here it's like if Naka got super tilted by the lack of preparation against castles, and then that kind of breaks his spirit for the rest of the game. I could see that happening, but that's still kind of on the player. You have to, you just have to accept that sometimes your seconds miss stuff, and then you can go out, go yell at them after the game. But for now, you gotta fight. You gotta fight. Yeah, that game Magnus played badly and Hans played to his level. But what I was saying is like one explanation for why Magnus played badly that game is that it's very difficult to play at a high level when you're tilted, when you're you're suspicious of the opponent, it distracts you, you feel tilted. It's like, oh, why is this guy here? You don't feel good, you don't play well. Happens to players online all the time. If you're playing someone online, you're suspicious of the opponent, you end up not playing well yourself. So when you get tilted during the game, chess is a very mental game. Chess is a very mental game. In a sense that it's like you have to be in a good spirit. You have to be in a good mindset. It's very hard. You make a mistake, you have to bounce back from it. Rook a4. Man, yeah, it's not getting things interesting, but of course we have like huge game on our hands to cover as well. The Rook a4, Blue Bomb 10 minutes, Fabi 8 minutes, move 22. So they have to make 18 moves, guys. So this is going to be a time scramble. I'd invite you guys to check out the video of the players if you would like. It's pinned in the Twitch chat, courtesy of our friend Lalo, who designed this thing. Great way to keep an eye on the players without the eval bar messing things up. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think two things can be true at once, as usual. I think it can be both true and fair that Lanka's prep, wasn't as deep and thorough as Sendarov's, right? Meaning Sendarov's team out prepped Naka, and it can also be true that it's not good to attack the people working for you. For the YouTube audience, here's the link to a great little tool, so you can watch the player cams without getting the eval spoiled for you. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, Rook a4. Guys, what's going on here? C4 played. Oh, Fabi goes C4 again. I like how he played C3, C4, and then throws out the next pawn. C4. And so he's just trying to light up the d file right now. Okay, he's also hitting the queen, but shh. No one tell Blue Bomb. No one tell Blue Bomb the queen's hanging. No one tell him. All right, he takes d4. Let's hope Team Blue Bomb is stream sniping. All right, d4 looks good. Rook a2 is a move. No, but this is feisty. If queen b6 threatening mate, I think he has a couple moves there. He can consider b3. He can consider bishop c1 as well. Bishop c1 may be more solid and stronger to just try to open up the rook. I kind of like that. Queen b6, bishop c1. And Blue Bomb's shaking because c4 wasn't in the file, guys. c4 wasn't in the file, so Blue Bomb's shaking his head. Dude, c4 wasn't in the file. What's he supposed to do now? How's he supposed to handle this position? It's over. Where's Rasmus Svane? So, someone go yell at Rasmus. No, I'm just kidding though. But Blue Bomb did get out prepped here, to be fair. To be fair. He did get out cooked here. I think Bishop D2 was the novelty in this game. Rasmus, did you have Bishop D2 in the file or not? Oh man, no, Naka might have started a new trend now. I mean, because up until this point, actually, generally people are very respectful to the seconds, even if the seconds do make mistakes. Generally, the players, like the worst I've seen, I feel like is, players will be kind of cheeky about it. I feel like Levon or Magnus, sometimes they've been caught, and I feel like in the press conference they'll be like, yeah, I thought I would know this, but somehow I didn't. They just kind of they find a subtle way to share that it's not their fault. They didn't know something. Wait, I saw a result. Another result. Oh, two results, guys. Oh, okay. Giri Wei, we knew that was coming. That was a drawn rook endgame. And then Praga Sapenko also finished in a draw, but in very strange repetition, actually. Rook c8, king h2, rook e8. So kind of an artificial repetition by the players, but clearly neither of them thought that they can improve their position without taking on a lot of chances. A bit strange, honestly, coming from Prague. Normally he's such a fighter that I think he would play on. Yeah, no, Fabi also got caught by Sindarov, but yeah, in the press conference, Fabi of course was obviously looked quite upset after that game. But even all he said was that he got caught in the opening. That's all he said. I mean, we don't know if the Sindarov stuff was in the file, not in the file. He didn't remember. They analyzed something else. We don't know any of those details, right? But all he said was, he got caught. He didn't blame his seconds or anything like that. And his seconds, I mean, Fabi relies a lot on his seconds. He has quite a few number of GMs that work for him. Christian Trilla is there, Aparin is there, helping him out. But yeah, he's usually puts the blame on himself. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay, people were saying I was defending Naka. Two rounds ago, I was attacking Naka for the qualification. Yeah, so we really go back and forth. I mean, Naka is a very kind of polarizing figure. I do think I don't think it's good to be mean to your seconds publicly as a famous person, but I do think it's nice that chess players are honest. I do wish more chess players were honest instead of this constant show of trying to keep the mask and never showing any emotion. That's not great for the fans. And now look, this Naka thing is going to blow up and it's going to be a big thing on Twitter and Emil's going to say something, you know, and it's like, yeah, it's good. It's like generating some coverage, some stuff for the turn. Okay, guys, we got to focus on the game. Blue Bomb is under 5 minutes. He played Queen A6. He saw the Queen hanging, so we were not able to distract him sufficiently. Knight takes D5. F6 played. So Knight D5, F6. This is looking really good for white, actually. I don't really trust this at all for black. I mean, A2 is hanging, C4 is hanging. But this feels so like there's bishop takes G5 right now. Like, what's happening? I mean, bishop G5, rook A2, for example. And why didn't black play bishop takes b2 on the previous move? I mean, maybe this was an idea. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not sure I quite see the mate here. Maybe white can run away, but maybe white can do something else as well. We have moves coming, so we can't stay here too quick. But there's also like queen e8 check. I don't know if this helps. Oh, queen e8 and h6. Yeah, it's mate. That's mate. Okay, you have to lose the queen. So that's fine. Queen e8, h6. Okay. We have a move, f6, bishop c3 played. Bishop c3 was like the sensible move here, just going after black structure. But this is looking really nice for whites. Blue Bomb not looking happy, guys. I'm adjusting my eval based on Blue Bomb's expression alone. I'm going plus 1.5. Plus 2 maybe. I turn Jesse off because he's not here, so I take his eval off. So we're saying plus 2 now. We are following all the chats, guys. We're following the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat. We're streaming on TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, X, Tinder. We're streaming on all the platforms, following all the chats. Okay, Blue Bomb is under 4 minutes and he's looking away from the board. This is a really bad sign. I mean, it's move 25, guys. He has to make 15 moves here to make the time control. He takes on c4, doesn't seem happy about it. Knight takes f6 check, blitzed out. This is resigns, guys. Takes, queen e8 is coming. And now queen e7. No, this is oh, it's mate. It's mate. What are we doing? It's mate. He just played into mate. Blue Bomb, my hero. He played into checkmate. Oh, guys, this is huge for the Dojo Fantasy Chess standings, where one of the tiebreak questions was, will there be a checkmate on the board? I know it's not the biggest deal, but back to it. So Fabi wins. Huge win for Fabi. He's only point behind now. And Blue Bomb goes down. The first loss of Blue Bomb's career. The 2026 FIDE candidates. Wow. Wow. Just story after story in this tournament. To think, that was the first time the dude dropped a game. Name another Blue Bomb loss. You can't. Dang. Was h6 in the file? Maybe h6 wasn't in the file. So yeah, Fabi now only point behind Sindra. So basically nothing's changed from yesterday. Sindra was a point ahead leading into today, but the situation has changed because it's much better now for Javakir. Because going into today, Fabi was a point behind playing white against Blue Bomb, Sindarov black against Naka. Now Sindarov beat Naka, Fabi beat Blue Bomb. So Fabi doesn't get Blue Bomb anymore. Sindarov doesn't have to play black against Naka anymore, which generally is a tough pairing. Generally, it's a tough pairing. Dang. Dang. Oh, that's it for the day, by the way. That's it for the tournament. All the games are over. All the games are over because Prague, Geary, they both drew. So nice job by Fabi. So as I was saying, this is huge for the fantasy chess standings because one of the tiebreak questions is how many checkmates will be on the board. And I put one. I thought there would be at least one. I thought someone would play into mate. It turned out to be Blue Bomb, that cheeky guy. But most people put 0. So this has screwed up a lot of people's brackets in the fantasy contest. Because I know most of you guys, I saw the responses. Most of you guys put 0 checkmates in the candidates. I knew someone was gonna. I had a feeling someone was gonna, Naka for content, someone for content. It ended up being Blue Bomb. But now I only put 1. Is there going to be more than 1 checkmate on the board? Now there could be 2 or 3. Oh man. Well then, that's gonna do it for today's coverage, folks. Fun day. Let's check in on the women. How are the women doing? Are they still playing? What kind of prep did they have on their side? Yeah, release the files. The fans need to know. We can't. How can we possibly determine whose fault it is until they release the files? How can we know? Naka says one thing, his second might say another. Release the files, and then we can see for ourselves. Okay, we have 2 games left in the women. Zhu Jinier against Vaishali, Tan Zhangyi against Divya. Oh, so a bit of a China versus India theme match here. Tan versus Divya, that looks like a draw-ish endgame. But this position with Zhu Jinier and Vaishali. This is kind of a hectic position. I just want to stay with this one for a moment just to try to evaluate it. Last move was bishop 8-3. So black put this alpha 0 king on e6, where, actually looks quite strong. And looks like black is the one that's kind of trying to hold on to the fortress. So white is looking to trade and try to get in with queen to g5, but I feel like black should be okay. The control over the c file somehow feels like black is holding this one, but still quite complicated, I would say. Okay, folks, we've been streaming here for about 4 hours. I think I'm gonna call it. Wow, I just opened my YouTube notifications. YouTube sends you all the latest videos you haven't seen yet, and first one is the Naka interview with FIDE Chess. I haven't watched that yet, but he looked like he said something about having no prep, without any prep, something. What's the video? Without any prep. What does he say? Without any prep, it's impossible to play that position. Dang. It was tough. Yeah. So, pairings for next round. Tomorrow, guys. I'll be back. Special guest joining Grandmaster Josh Friedel. Jesse has he's got a thing with the kids. Fabi, white against Esipenko. So Fabi gets 2 whites in a row against Blue Bomb Esipenko back to back. Not bad. Fabi white against Esipenko. He's got to be feeling good about today's win. If it wasn't for the Naka game, the Fabi Blue Bomb game would be the biggest result of the year. So Fabi manages to score, break the sweep. Naka White against Prague. Cinderov Black against Wei Yi. Cinderov Black against Wei Yi. And Geary White against Blue Bomb. So Cinderov will be black. We'll see. I think Wei Yi is going to take it a lot more solidly. Than Naka did today. But of course, yeah, Naka went for it. We all wanted him to, honestly. Wei Yi will probably be more solid. So Fabi might, he's still in it, guys. Still in it. I'm giving Cinderov 50-60% to win from here. Because he's just looking great. He's playing great. He's got the score. But Fabi has white against Esipenko. He might be able to catch up. Oh, Naka said one of his seconds is 2,700. Ooh. Who could it be? Dang. Yeah, what a day. What a day, folks. Okay, I think we'll end it here. I'll raid over to FIDE Chess because all these last two games in the women actually pretty important for their standings. Here, Muzachuk and Logno are still leading. Did Logno win today? Logno won today. She beat Bibasara. Oh, so Bibasara unfortunately gets knocked down. 1 out of 2 for team Biba Sindarov. Is that a good name for them? Biba Sindarov? Bibi Sarov? Trying to think. Do they have a name? Couple? Bibi Sarov? I like Bibi Sarov. Sindasara? 1 out of 2 for Sindasara. Team Sindasara, I like it. Okay, guys. I'm not gonna release the files. The 50,000. Hilarious. Alrighty, folks. We will see you all tomorrow for the show. Have a good rest of the day, folks. Take care.